I'm going to do something special, something unique. And you think to yourself, Awoo, what might that be? What could you do that's different? What could you do that's special? What could you do that's unique? I am going to play DPS. I kind of want to play Ret Pally today. I had a weird feel. I was just like, I woke up and I was like, huh, today feels like a DPS day. So I am on not a tank, not a healer, neither of those things. I am on a DPS. However, you never end up DPSing for long if you are a tank main. So most likely, somebody will ask me to tank a key very soon, and then I will immediately be forced to tank the key. Then I will not be DPSing. But for at the very least one key today, I will be DPSing. That's the plan. That is the plan. Hey, Valentine, good morning. You see, this is a real fact. This is a genuine thing. This is a real thing. What's up, Road? Always quick with the first. Always quick with the first, indeed. We've got some nostalgic music playing. This is the right mood for the Ret Pally, who is now 291 item level. And he's pretty geared. I never got my Onseer, which is like a little bit of a DPS loss. But actually, like I feel like Ret Pally's not bad. So I use this ring. I gotta upgrade this ring. And then basically, yeah. What's up, Stoops? Yo, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. So the plan is to DPS just a little bit. It never works for long. Sometimes you log on your tank, can't even load my screen without a group invite. It's exactly right, Warhawk. It is unfortunately the problem with being a tank who is used to tanking is like you very rarely get to DPS. It's incredibly rare that you actually get the chance to just play a DPS. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. It's a 21. So 21 Windrunner Spire. So I don't know if we'll get past like the first pull or second pull, but I'm ready. I'm ready. Ret Pally is actually weirdly good at this key because I can stun everything. We've got nostalgic music playing in the background. We're ready. Surd. How's the weather there? Super hot, yeah. If you're in the UK, the heat wave has been crazy, right? I've heard. I had a cancellation yesterday. I have a client. He's in the UK. Came to say hi, driving to work. Hey, Jin Nicola. I hope I can keep you company on your drive to work. Lock and Awoo, I need this. Dude, my Ret Pally is weirdly good. I promise you. The thing is, how goes the day for you? So far, it's okay. It's, I eat breakfast. And again, my health is like the main priority. So I'll be sitting down for a little bit and then I'll get up and move. I went to the gym this morning and I've been kind of going back to the gym, which is good. That's a good feeling. It feels nice. So yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. How's your day going, Apollo? Is the sun shining on you as always? You have AC? So Thailand is a very hot country, right? Here's the thing. Thailand is an incredibly hot country. Yes, we have AC because the country is built to have AC. It's literally part of our entire infrastructure. Every single building has AC. Of course, every building has AC because it's meant to be hot. The problem with the UK right now, as far as I understand it, is the fact that you guys aren't built for the heat. Like so many homes don't actually have ACs. And then you're just sitting there and you're like, what are we supposed to do? Because it's crazy hot. I feel like that's like the main problem that I've heard. So far, at the very least. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true. I went to London once. But yeah, like everybody's melting there. I had a cancellation for work last night because somebody was just saying, yo, it's literally too hot. Like I cannot work out. And he was in the UK. He was just like, I can't do it. Like we're like ill because of how hot it is. I was like, well, that's interesting. Because the actual temperature that you guys have is not anywhere near what we have, but your buildings are indeed, Artemis, you're right. That's exactly right. The moon is shining currently, gotcha. So the thing is, that's correct, that infrastructure in the UK is designed to trap heat because it's normally cold, and that's how it's built. So, yeah, it's interesting. Okay, I gotta buy Eagle for the ring enchant. I gotta buy a quick ring enchant here. It's the Eyes of the Eagle. And then we have to buy a gem, and the gem needs to not be a crit gem, which means we want it to be a mastery gem. Current expansion only should be good here. Cool. Are you ready? We are going to do DPS key for at least the first key today, and we'll see how it goes. I am not that concerned about it. I want to say that my Ret Pally will surprise people, but if I die on the first pull, remember, it's not my fault. It is 100% the healer's fault. That's how it... I don't make the rules. It's always... This is just how it is. It's not my decision. This is just how it is. Remember, If I die on the very particularly first pull of this dungeon, it's not me. What's up, Top Digital Gaming? Hello. Hi. This is... I don't make the rules. If you die with bubble on cooldown, no, I'm gonna bubble. I got this. Narrow's eyes. No, is someone else's fault. Is definitely not my fault. But did you die? Hello there. That's what they're gonna ask me in this key that we're about to do, because I'm DPSing. I've got this. I'm prepared. I am as prepared as I could be. What's up, Random? How are you? Are you excited for the season changes, Random? They posted some notes today that we're probably going to go over, maybe even live on stream, or I'll make a video about it tonight at the very least, because they were good changes. Actually, did you guys see the changes this morning? They were good, which is nice. I'm very pleased to announce that they maybe took feedback. Yeah. They actually said, hey, tanks and healers, we know that you work potentially a little bit too hard. Let's make DPS do some more stuff. I was pretty happy about that. No one got nerfed. It's not about the nerfs or the buffs in the last set of notes. It was a patch. We're going to read it together. I'll show you. But basically, yeah, no, they haven't followed through with those things, to be fair. And I do find, like, we have to see how they're actually designed. Mythic Plus testing starts tomorrow, so we'll get a chance to actually see the dungeons, and that'll be a really good eye-opening experience. We'll be able to kind of confirm whether or not they're telling the truth. But for right now, it at the very least appears like they are aware of the potential that they have. Yeah, they've you know what I mean? No Paris, we see how that goes. Can Shroud. Can Shroud. We got Rogue. Rogue can Shroud both sides if we want to do the skip. I'm DPSing. I'm ready. I'm weirdly competitive with DPS too, so I'm excited. I've got my leggings on. I'll order some ice cream today, maybe a milkshake, and we'll send it. The notes today, though. I commented on your last video. Top Digital, a lot of my last video, I can't always read each and every comment. If I miss your comments on a YouTube video or even on stream, by all means, tell me again. I will never be offended for someone repeating something to me. I think that's a weird thing that people get offended by. It's like if I really want to say something and I'm talking to a streamer friend of mine or whatever, and they're in the key, and I completely miss, like they don't see my comments. It's a little awkward for me because I go, do I say it again? Like, I don't want to repeat the question because it's a little weird, right? But actually, it's not weird at all. I didn't see it. So you can totally do this, though. Prop pally. Wait, prop pally. Excuse me. Dirt undies. This isn't a prop pally. This is, red pally. This is a DPS. Yo, what's up, Danny? Hello from Denmark? Hi. Hello. Is Denmark hot? Ooh. I tried that on someone. You gotta resort to that. You gotta do what you gotta do, TH. I understand. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. What's up, Spec? Good morning. How are you feeling? How are you guys doing? I asked Sam if he wanted to potentially do something today. He said he might have work. And I don't know if I have the people for it. But very soon, I have a mission. I said that I was going to do this last season, and people didn't believe me. But I have a very particular set of skills that I would like to flex, basically. I'm going to dwarf the first one. Actually, we had a combat potion there. Ooh, an emergency spirit link on the very first set. That normally means the healer is a little bit less than confident. So let me make sure I get my kick here. And then I'm going to be doing damage. Let's prio target one of these guys. Perfect. The next set I bubble, but not yet. I have to wait for the bolt. I have to wait for the dots to come out. And then I'm going to bubble only after the dot comes out, basically. So we wait. We don't greet it. It's not a bubble yet. Am I doing damage? I'm doing some damage. It's good. Nice. Okay. I'm not doing nothing. Things are going well so far. We killed the rest of the steward real fast, so I can defensive here. I don't know if it's actually worth me in a pug environment execution sentencing the restless steward, because it made that pull really easy because we didn't get a second set of dots. I don't know if that was a good or a bad idea. Maybe it was a bad idea. I live in southern Nevada and it's hot, 7:30 a.m. It's already 16 Celsius. Damn. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that people enjoy my videos. He was helping me with some keys at the time. Does the leggings help in competitive play? Hello from Texas. Are you from Texas? I went to Texas once in my life. I had a layover at the Dallas airport, and I was surprised by the fact that I couldn't eat anything. Okay, so I'm going to live this. It's called Leech. Boom. I chose the wrong target here. I could do a little better about that. Does my tank need sack? No. My Hammer of Light is slightly mistimed, so I'm going to do a little bit less than perfect DPS. This is a 21. The timer shouldn't be hard if we don't die, but let's see. I'm doing damage. I mean, I don't know. Hold up. Wait. Hold on. Look at the DPS meters. I wouldn't say I'm not doing damage. Watch the bolt. I'm going to sack the rogue here to help out, and then I'm going to defensive myself because I almost died by the overlap of damage. We can stun this. Remember, Ret Pally makes this key feel kind of safe, which is a nice part of Ret Pally, is that I have a lot of passive stuns for all these undeads. So I need to get my next Hammer of Light to line up with my wings, and then we're good. How's Guardian looking for Season 2? So I've done a lot of PTR testing, but the truth is we won't know until they actually release the keys. We can test the new dungeon soon, but we don't know what the actual damage pattern of the new dungeon will be. It is a pretty significant factor in testing, right? We don't currently know what that's going to look like. So we have to kind of wait and see, to be honest with you. But there is a current build, made a video earlier, talking about how at the moment there is a way to play Guardian Druid which is remarkably similar to how it plays right now and looks to be pretty powerful, but maybe slightly less degenerate. That being said, we'll have to see how the final tuning lands. We won't know until we actually get to see it, right? I know, isn't it weird? I don't mind DPSing. It's fun to change it up sometimes. Also, DPS is just chill. Like sometimes, I don't know, like I'm a little tired today. My stomach hurts a bit. I'm maybe not feeling like fantastic. And I was like, sometimes I noticed this especially because when I had the flu and my head was all, you can imagine, right? Like I had the flu and I was just, man, I felt bad. Like it was a bad flu and I haven't had the flu in a long time. So I was like properly sick. And, you know, the last thing I wanted to do was tank. Like I wanted to play the game because I was bored and I was like, oh, well, of course I want to play the game. You know, my videos are controversial but needed. The last few have been controversial, but I hope that they benefit the community because I feel like we oftentimes miss the point. Like the WoW community is so vocal about all of the changes that are happening to its game, but I swear that a lot of times we just straight up miss the point with why they're going to affect people. In particular, like the changes to raid. It doesn't matter how cool you make the new raid. The problem with Mythic raiding is accessibility. If you don't target the accessibility of raid, then you will not have the desired result of getting more people to raid. Like that's not how it, do you know what I mean by that? Like it doesn't work to just make the raid better or make the rewards so important that you feel like you know what I mean? Like you need to get them all of a sudden. Like that doesn't actually make people raid. This next set is going to be really hard. No one has defenses right now. Okay, so I can CC this Dragonhawk basically right away. That's my Hodge. There's going to be one here. What's the barrier? The barrier is the fact that the WoW player base is a lot older than they used to be. That's the real barrier to Mythic Raid, to be honest with you. This is a health potion here, probably. I want to save it for Ember Dawn, but that's the health potion right there. And then it's a Blinding Light. Okay, got it. Good job. That means I did just full send my cooldowns here, though, to survive this pull. We don't have a boss. So, here's the problem. The real barrier to raiding is the fact that most people have a job, kids, life responsibilities, and they actually physically cannot commit to the required structure that is Mythic Raid. That's the real problem with it. And you can't overcome that by simply making people do it for arbitrary reasons. Like, do you know what I mean? Here's a question about the 9 out of 6 items. What CE still get the 9 out of 6, but the on-use and bonus effect? What if they also dropped off the first few bosses? So that's one of the ways to solve the kind of like potential accessibility issue is what if you could pug the early bosses that you're going to need to do? I mean, it's a good question, right? It's a genuinely good question because Hold on, let me just make sure I drop this right. I'm also in my full cooldown, so I'm going to greed that one puddle there, and then the rest I'm going to do perfectly. I did not get to funnel on those targets at all. My execution sentence cleaves now. I was doing ethical damage. Everyone else here, if you look at the DPS meters behind me, I just want to point out, I'm ethical right now. Like, that was entirely boss damage, pretty much. So when my damage looks really bad on this boss, it's not my fault. It's never my fault, and it's very important. I need everyone to... I'm single targeting. I'm not divine storming. This is very ethical, extremely ethical. I'm even going to word of glory to make sure that I don't die to that mechanic. Like, I'm pure single target. This is ethical. Here's the thing. Sorry, Asgo in a boss encounter. It's okay. I'm like a little bit focused because it is chill to DPS, but I don't have tornado privileges. This boss isn't a great rep boss. It's not, I mean, I'll make it work. I'll make it work. We're doing good so far. This key seems pretty decent. We've had a few moments where we could have wiped if the healer wasn't like on top of his game. I defensive here because I know how to help my healer. My Hammer of Light lines up perfectly with my wings and execution sentence. That's always nice. Here we go. And then we go, boom, single target, bam, single target. I am missing, technically, my ret is not bis, right? Like, I never got my Seer because this is an alt. And one of the cool things about the fact that this season you could, like, pug Chimeras is nice. But there was also now a weird expectation that if you're serious about a character, like, of course you have your Seer. And that is a little weird to me, to be honest with you. There is, like, an absolute expectation that if you really wanted to play this game, you would have committed and gotten that trinket from Chimeras. And the truth is, my Ret Pally, I started him too late, and I just didn't want to go through... I didn't have time, actually, to, like, play this character in Mythic Chimeras all the time. Because I had my Monk, and then I had my Druid, and that was my priority, right? Okay, so I'm going to catch up on the boss damage, basically. Now, the overall... Do I bubble here? I'm going to bubble to help the healer. This is a bubble. Can I soak with bubble? Oh, I can. This is actually an excellent tip. So while I have bubble up... Okay, so I should have saved bubble in the future so that I could have soaked more of those tornadoes to help my team, and I missed the global during that wings. Least favorite things about the hero Talon's Hammer is when it procs the Wake of Ashes. So you get it without wings immediately. So you don't play that. Zerali in higher keys, you always play the execution sentence. This one is no... I don't defensive here. You want to defensive the phase. This is like a super thing that people misunderstand all the time. You don't defensive the fire circle. You always, especially if you're a class like a Red Pally who doesn't have excellent defensive coverage. I look for the sack if somebody needs it, but you won't die to the circle. In our comp, unless you actually take this though, you gotta play execution sentence is why Red Pally is good. So now I defensive here, and this is basically up for the entire AoE phase. Very helpful. The question is whether or not I send Puzzle Box right now. And I feel like the answer is yes, but I'm actually gonna struggle to cast it. So the answer is no right now. The answer is next, do I lay on hands? Do we need to lay on hands? I'm just going to send the wings in the execution. I feel like I saved Puzzle Box for the following pull, because I'm not going to get full value out of it. Wings should be back up at that pull. All right, good boss, good boss. Okay, hold up. I got to check boss damage. I know that wasn't like the best opener for me, but we'll find out here. You know, you can see how they mess up Holy. Thinking of leveling up some ults. What's this? I think fun is very relative. Like, what you find fun is going to be important. Okay, so I was almost equal on boss damage, just slightly behind. My bad. I'm competitive. Fun is relative. I actually can't answer what you should have, what you should do for fun. There would be... No one can tell you what you're going to have the most fun with in WoW. I can give you some ideas. I can tell you kind of what it might feel like to play certain specs, but we actually... It's a weird thing to ask. You know what I mean? Because it depends. Like, you can ask me what's really powerful right now. That's a good question. Because oftentimes power is fun. Like, you want to play something. If you're going to invest in an ult, you want to make sure that you're doing well. That makes complete sense to me. Totally. 100%. 100%. Let me make sure I'm not actually like a DPS player and I get a kick here. And I also don't stand in a puddle. So yeah, fun is a relative term in World of Warcraft. I cannot answer for you what you will definitely like. I can tell you what's good right now as a way of thinking about it. Dwarf. Good awareness. Okay, I should have got that kick though. So we're going to stun now. I had munched my own kick with my stun earlier. Okay, nice prio. That's prio damage. That's the execution sentence right now though. Okay, good. Combat Potion almost lined up perfectly there, but it did not. Not a bad lust pull. I'm going to Hodge that one, which means I won't have it next, but... So he lusts there, and then he does that pull, which means our timer is good right now. Our timer is extremely healthy, actually. Timer's good. 0 death runs so far. Honestly, when it comes to World of Warcraft, I think especially this season, every season is, technically speaking, a little different about this. Ooh, I'm in my wings. I want uptime, but I'm going to die. I can't actually walk through the puddle yet. Fuck. I didn't know where we were moving. I lost some damage there. I'm going to prio target this. Is this pull actually a final verdict pull? To be honest with you, I don't know about that. I feel like this pull is maybe a Divine Storm pull. I need to ask Melee about this. With the gear you have, when you get done with this, go over the gear I do have. Okay. So I geared this character. This character was always supposed to be a Rat Pally. I didn't actually think that I wanted to really play like a Prot Pally this season with how Prot Pally was feeling. Prot Pally next season is going to be a lot more fun in my opinion, but I wasn't going to significantly invest in the Prot Pally this season. So I'm doing prio damage. My overall will suffer, but I would rather time this key and get a 21 on my Pally than just pad my overall damage. You still order him? Oh, sweet. Lay on hands. I call that ping diff, but honestly, Spec, I think I just got excited by the fact that you like the sponsor. They offered me another one if I wanted to do it with them, but that was a tough... I want to think about that. I actually don't know if I would take another sponsorship from them. Everyone who tried the Factor meals genuinely was like, yo, this shit is good. Like, everyone basically enjoyed it. However, I don't know if it really worked for stream. I don't know if it's like something that I should do again. Because, like, it's not really a gaming sponsor. I was wondering about that. I couldn't actually decide. Okay, Art of War reset number 1, Art of War reset number 2. Perfect. Yeah, you kind of, like, the whole point of them is that you're supposed to enjoy it with the discount, and then if you really like them and, you know, you have the funds for it, it's actually a good service because their food is, so I've heard, I didn't get to try it myself, but so I've heard their food is really good, it's just expensive. So it's a little bit of a fund issue for sure. It's not for everyone, but every single person who was willing to try it had effectively really, really strong reviews. I'm going to bubble right away. And do I ignore the puddle if I bubble? Do I not ignore the puddle if I bubble? That's weird. I kind of figured that we would just... I ignore the dot, but not the thing. Okay, wait, where are we going? Oh, that Hammer of Light almost missed. Try and see about gamer fuel, maybe? Well, I mean, so the idea is to pursue more sponsorships over time is going to be something that's really helpful. Hi, Amor. And my idea is when the 12.1 PTR done? Yeah, they were announced. So we get to test basically tomorrow... We get testing for the new Altar of the Fangs. We don't know what that one's going to be. That's the new dungeon. So that one's going to be interesting. We get that tomorrow. And then post that... Hold up, where are we going? Oh, he's doing the tech, I see. So he wants to position this for perfect cleave. I don't mind. And then after that, we get the new Midnight Dungeons. And then following that, everything will be unlocked. So it's like a weekly schedule. We don't get to test every dungeon all together right away. We're going to drop the puddles first. I'm going to greed this one. That's a risky move. That was a risky maneuver. That was risky. I wanted to greed that one cast because this is where I come back. Not exactly a perfect fight for Rat Pally, but I've got the Hammer of Light planned perfectly there. That was perfect timing on it. And then we're going to go bam, big damage. There it is. Even up those percentages. I'm going to have to commit a health potion here potentially. And then I'm just going to watch my health. I think this is a defensive, basically. Right, that's a good question, actually. No, well, so here's the thing with PCT is a weird cooldown shale. Technically speaking, if there are a lot of poisons, it depends on the profile of those poisons. Because sometimes if you need consistent dispels, like Windrunner Spire is a good example of, if all the dispels happen at once, and there's like 1 or 2 pulls, then PCT is amazing. However, if the dispels are off time, that's actually not helpful. You would rather have an individual dispel. So technically speaking, I would say Shaman, I would say like a Resto Druid then is better. Does that make sense? Technically, you would rather have an individual dispel than PCT, for what it's worth, though. You DoorDash way less now because of factory meals. Fair point as well. Everybody's got a different budget. It's kind of one of those things where healthy food should not be gated by funds, but it is. Like, it's expensive to eat healthy in certain countries. Not in every country, by the way, in very specific countries. You know, like in America, I remember when I went to America, I was so shocked that a bottle of water was more expensive than a Coca-Cola. I went to the gas station to get like a bottle of water, and it was legitimately pricier for me to get a small water of bottle, let's say small water, than it was for me to get a Coca-Cola that was bigger. And so it's like, that was super weird to me. Like, I didn't know what to make of that, to be honest with you. Okay, so big burst. I think I just send the combat potion here. I won't have it for next pull, but boom. Question is, do I get the hammer of light to line up perfectly? It looks like it's just a tiny bit off there. That's okay. Prio damage this guy. Horsey, horsey, horse. Good, I'm gonna have to step through that for a second and self-heal myself if need be. Chicken and rice, more chicken and rice. Well, it's not everybody's cup of tea exactly, though. Where exactly am I originally from? I'm from the U.S. I was born and raised in the U.S. I grew up in L.A., but I kind of moved all over because I was sent to different residential treatment centers, like boarding schools and stuff like that. So I didn't grow up at home. Have a good stream. Thank you, Danny. I need your videos yesterday. Something's been building in me, too. Oh, I'm glad that people responded favorably to that video because that was one of those videos where I knew it was going to be controversial, which is good for a video, right? Like controversy is fantastic. However, I was hesitant to post it just a little bit. Part of me was like, do I not send this video? Like, is this one of those things that I'm not actually supposed to send? And I was like, I genuinely believe that a lot more people feel like this than just me. Like, it can't just be me that's noticing. There's a lot of things that have been a little bit weird with WoW, and it's been building for seasons and seasons and seasons now. Like, it's not something that only a small set of the player base feels. The level of toxicity in keys is rising, and I feel like it's important to explore potentially why that's happening, because Season 2 is still we want to fix it. The idea is to fix the problem, not just to complain about the problem. And that is something I do want to approach it from that perspective, right? Do I bot myself here? Do I bubble or do I just self-heal? I think I just send a self-heal real quick. Okay, we want to try to bait this to the side. I baited one wrong earlier for melee cleave. Our timer is healthy. If we just don't die from here, we're timing the dungeon. It's better than, I probably think Radiant Glory is fine for like up to 18. So the thing about, my favorite thing about Rep Pally is like, even if my overall's a little lower, if we take a look at how much damage I did to like the Apex Link or the this or the that, prio damage is very good, Zeralian. So I think that at 18, 19, I would still absolutely play Execution Sentence, just because like this pull right here, I will do not only top damage to this Mystic, but a lot of top damage to this Mystic, and that is extremely important. Like, it's a massive factor in this pull is how quickly this guy dies for the safety of this key. I'm gonna be fine here. And so the fact is, it's not just this overall damage number where I have a big burst with all my cool. Do I need to bop the tank? Not bop the tank. I would never bop the tank, sorry. This is a bubble. Help the healer here. He's got bark now. I have this stun. I don't have a kick for that chain lightning. I'm going to blinding light this set because we are melee. And then he needs to die before this Nova. Close. See, that right there, that's prio damage. If we weren't playing with the Ret, that thing would have got another AoE off and potentially have killed somebody. So it's just one of those things where it's underrated how good it is to be able to kill a primary target just a little bit faster. Very, very impactful to have that amount of damage. I'd have to see exactly what it looks like, but it's better than people realize. When you're playing lower keys, people just look at overall damage. But when you're playing higher keys, that ability to kill the main dangerous mob advances your key and actually saves you more time. It's just a discipline thing because you will lose overall damage for a lot of specs, except Rep Pally. Like, Rep Pally does the damage by doing my basic rotation, and that's great. Okay, so my tank actually might need sack here, and if he does, I have to just watch myself if that happens. I'm going to sack the rogue and... Oh, careful, careful. Self-heal. Good, kick that. Hold up. Watch it, watch it, watch it. We're alive. Little crusade. Do. Perfect. Now, I cool down the boss right away. Our timer is extremely healthy, so we just need to not die. Your cash app. What's your cash app? Your tip page needs to be updated. Oh. I guess you... did I never update my... Oh, I probably update that. I don't know. I don't have a cash app. I use PayPal for everything. I just use PayPal for anything, though. Do you think you'll ever stream any other games than WoW? So I have news. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to tell you this. It happened last night, and it's very exciting. If you like my World of Warcraft content, good, because I'm going to be making more of it. I better be allowed to tell you this. I hope I'm allowed to tell you this. Because if I'm not allowed to tell you this, then whoopsie fucking daisy. But I'm pretty sure this is acceptable for me to tell you. Okay? It's like, there's like a very strong chance it's totally fine. No, I'm sure this will be, it's totally good. We're good, we're good. I'm going to stay here with my shaman. I was officially invited. Okay, perfect timing. If you're all in an ad anyways, then nobody hears it. Great time. Excellent. Excellent. This was fortuitous indeed. I had to save this wings for the face. Okay, this is... Do I bop somebody here? Helping out, man. That bleed is physical. Okay, so I'm going to save the wings. I don't know if I should have saved the wings here. So I defensive this. 1 second. You don't do this. I have to wait for the Mystic Kick. I'm going to get the first one here probably. And then full send. I don't think I wait too much here. No, I waited for a second because people told me they were in an ad. I was extended an official offer to be... This is like a thing for World of Warcraft. But I was extended an offer to be an actual WoW partner. Like an official one. So Blizzard... I don't know if it's... I don't know how that works exactly. But the idea was they know who I am now. I haven't been making contact for that long, but it was a pretty cool, it was very exciting. Yes, like I've been trying to actually develop this contact for a while now. So very exciting. Extremely, extremely exciting, yes. And I do believe, as of last night, I am now a partner. But I need to triple check that information and see if they'll give me a BlizzCon ticket, because that's the other thing that I might get from this. Very exciting. Very exciting. What was I saying about... There was a reason I was saying this, but let me focus on this boss, because right now, like, if we don't troll, we're not only going to win this, but we're gonna time this so easily. I'm just going to save my puzzle box and cooldowns for the phase, because that's actually more dangerous. Okay, so we get intermission now. I defensive here. I puzzle box on his cast, probably. Save some holy power. Just build for a second. Defensive. You want to defensive that. You puzzle box. Somebody needs to kick the first Mystic. I'm pretty sure that we'll get it in this team. There you go. Prio damage. Oh, watch the aggro. I don't have bop for myself. I do have a dwarf to get rid of that bleed. I got another one, though. Little bit of danger here. Good spirit link from my healer. Excellent. My healer's actually been very aware of this key. He's been doing good. You don't want to know what my Pally's IO is. And by the way, this isn't streamer privilege. It's called B-Tag Friends. You guys want to know what my Pally... You know we're about to time this, right? Like, well, we have to get through the last boss. Technically speaking, you know, still bad things could happen. But as of right now, we've cleared the second intermission. Our timer is omega healthy. This would be a 21 Windrunner Spire for my Rat Pally. Would you like to know... Would you like to guess what my IO might actually be for this? God. It's not... I would not describe myself as being particularly qualified. I believe I have done a good job this key. I could have done a little bit more overall damage if I had just timed things a little better. But I've been holding. I've been kind of ethical since I noticed that our timer was good. It's not 2.6k. It's not that low. That would probably not get taken. But it's low. Lower than it should be. Let's put it that way. It's like 3.6 maybe. That's exactly as Zeralian Googled it. That's too exact. That was too specific, Zeralian. You've given yourself away. Oh, you've given yourself away here. It is. It's a tank IO. It's a tank IO on 3600. I did top. What do you mean prio damage? Oh, look at my damage. I was good boss damage. I'm doing good. Doing good here. Hope you're having a good stream. I found you through the MDI breakdown videos. Those have been so fun. I have 13 timed 15 plus runs. I have 13. I have at least 13 timed 15s, but we're gonna time this right out. Okay. Remember, always develop your B tag. This is an extremely. If we time this right now, I get to play DPS. And, like, imagine trying for me to, like, solo queue a DPS with no IO, basically. People are going to think I got boosted, probably. I'm gonna find myself on a buyer spreadsheet. Okay. I don't go up yet, right? I go up, like, now. I think I just burn this one here, and then we don't take any damage from it. I'm going to go to one of these far ones with my tank. It's okay if I lose a little bit of damage, which I totally did lose there. That is acceptable. Don't greed damage. Greeding damage here would be the actual worst case scenario. You just don't have deaths. We will time this easily. So we're going to clear here. You don't defensive. You just let your healer take care of you for a second. Try to keep the clears a little bit centered, like in a row, so that you can all clear them later. And then you defensive if you get the puddle on you or you get the frontal. So here, I think I bubble this now. Holy shit, it explodes early. I trolled a little bit. I didn't realize that it explodes early. I actually didn't know that. I'm sorry. That is just out my healer a little bit. That's my bad. Okay, who needs this? He has died by the sword. He's fine. I was going to sack him otherwise. And then immediately fly up. I've lost some damage here, but it's okay. We're just going to horse around this. Freedom here. I'm going to go take one of the far ones because I am a pally and everybody else is melee. Just going to defensive this. Make sure the rogue and I don't overlap. Good awareness. Perfect. Target the boss. Okay. Next one is going to be... I have to delay this wings and puzzle box for a second. Be a little bit off-timed. I desynced my cooldown slightly. I'm going to position this next to the others. It's good to clear right away. In middle keys, this boss is a terror. In higher keys, it's still hard, but it's not like the worst thing in the world because people will actually help the healer and do it, let's call it properly. And the proper way to do this boss, by the way, is the healer isn't really supposed to heal the actual bleed from the main thing. People do get rid of it. Okay, good damage here. Just live like one more intermission, probably two more actually. Our comp is all melee, so we all have bad damage on this boss pretty much. You know the disc changes? Yes, but I don't want to talk about something I don't actually know. And I have mained almost every spec in World of Warcraft across time. I have never really played Priest seriously. He's gonna die, but he has Onk. That's the one death there. It's okay. He's got Onk. Can he Onk in this? Okay, I res, just in case, if he can't Onk in that. It's okay, I'm gonna combat res him. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. I saw that thing. Why can't I hit the boss? I'm bugged? I'm bugged? I'm bugged? What the hell? Bro, I can't hit the boss. I can't hit the boss right now. I cannot hit the boss. What's going on? What's going on? Why is my weapon broken? What is this? Why can't I hit the boss? Did the boss bug? Can no one hit the boss? Wait, what was that? Holy hell. What just happened? Yo, please, time this key. Wait, no, I can hit the boss again. It was like when I went to combat res, my entire game lagged out. Okay, just live this. Just live. I'm going to take one of the far ones. Doesn't matter. Damage doesn't matter. You just live this last phase here, okay? Perfectly timed. Good. Holy. Dude. Never, ever, ever count your chickens before they hatch, as the saying goes. Because so many times you think you have timed your Windrunner Spire, and then the end of this boss comes along and proves to you that you were a little bit too eager. I don't know what happened there. I have never seen that before. Okay, I'm just going to go over here. It's fine. Boss is basically dead. I have wing sentence. It's a retribution thing. It's just because Ret Pally, apparently. I actually don't want to sack him here. Like, I can, and then boss is dead. Whoa, that was a weird bug at the end. Okay, GG's. Clean. Easy. Good job. Yay. How much IO did I get from this? 56 points. Nice. It's a retribution. That was super weird. I don't know what happened at the end. I have no idea what that bug was. GG's. Thank you for trusting my Ret Pally. I told you I could play Ret. Well, that's no problem. So if we take a look at prio damage here, although my overall was a little bit lower than it should be, to be fair, if we look at enemy damage taken and we take a look at like the Mystic as an example, right? Where's the Ogre dude? Phantasmal Mystic. I was not, don't look at that, never mind. So instead of looking at that, what if instead we looked at a different form of prio target like the Apex links? Surely I'm top damage on that. That's like my entire job. Nope, no look at that. So if we're not looking at the Apex links, what if we look at this one? There, I'm top damage on that Mystic. That's the one. Hi, Joe. Hello there. So if it depends on, it really is a matter of perspective now that you think about it, because we timed the dungeon and therefore, technically speaking, everything worked out. Hi, Plug. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I would not have joined if I didn't feel about this. He was good. That tank was good. Yeah, sure. It was. I feel like I got streamer privilege there a little bit. It was prio damage. Good route. Prio damage. We all had good prio damage. I'm surprised I wasn't actually top damage on some of these prio mobs. I feel bad now. The warrior, he destroyed me on prio targets, actually. I thought I did good. I didn't. What about Ember Dawn? Oof. Don't look at Ember Dawn. Never mind. And the synced again went down to 20 million instant. It was super weird, yeah. Oh, you think it was, I think I was still casting? Bring me on a 19? We'll see what I end up doing today. I'm not sure. I kind of want to DPS. I like DPSing. It's chill. What's up, Joe? Joe, wait, are you the person that I added earlier? Your name is familiar. Wait, no. No, it's not. You're a different Joe. There's probably like, are you an average Joe? Okay, I couldn't resist. There was no way that I was going to be able to resist that. Negative. All right, so I don't know you, but you're not an average. You're a special Joe, obviously, right? Want to do 22 pit? No. Don't take my Ret Pally for 22 pit. That's it. That's 22 pit. Take a better DPS. Go meta for it, honestly. That's easy key to time. You guys should take a proper comp for 22. Don't take me. I'm very happy to DPS today, but don't take me to 22 pit. I don't have my full set of gear. I'm missing a few things. I never got my Ons here in particular. I think a trinket would probably be good. And then I need to go farm Sporefall for the neck, I think. But otherwise, I'm not too bad. I feel good. Overall, I didn't feel too bad there. We were good. Holy Priest, I can agree 100%. So, did you guys see the changes, at the very least, recently, which I thought were great changes? Did you see what they decided to do? And I have to open it here. But they made decisions, which were good choices, about the season. Hold up. They acknowledge something that they have not acknowledged in a long time. All right, let me actually, I'm gonna make a video about this tonight because I was very excited to see this. It made me genuinely happy that they've done everything I've asked them to do. Let's put it that way. Kind of. Well, at least they're saying they're gonna do everything that we thought they were gonna do. That's the idea, right? And tank is off the night. We need to level keys. You want to tank at 21 on your Pally? I can just tank. Faye, I could just tank it on my Druid. I don't really mind. Oh, we need to level key. I can just tank it. I don't mind. I can tank on Druid. I don't really mind. I'm being asked to tank. It was close. It was pretty close. Do I want to 21 Vital? Like 21 I see if you want another red key. Sure. 21 MC I can do. Sure. 21 MC would not be a problem. I would like a 21 Mysara Caverns on the red. If you would like to take me. That's okay red key as well. Okay. They basically said, while we're filling this group, it looks like, okay, let me show you. I have to go enable VPN because Wowhead is banned in Thailand. VPN online. Holy Priest has a design problem for Mythic Plus, Apollo. It isn't, you know what the actual problem with Holy Priest and Mythic Plus is? The way that it's designed to heal is a little bit too, how to say? It actually relies too much on punching health bars up and has no ability to hot people. Like, it's missing, I think if they messed with Holy Priest Mastery, it could feel a lot better. If Mastery was significantly buffed and you could more rely on that, it would actually be much better for Mythic Plus, in my opinion, especially for tanks. Tanks, if I'm playing a tank, as an example, it's not the DR, it's the way they heal. If I was playing a tank and I zone into a dungeon and I have a Holy Priest, I feel bad. Straight up. It's the worst feeling because I have to work so much harder if I have a Holy Priest. Because you cannot help me. Straight up. It's just what it is. Okay. We're going to read through these notes real quick. I want to show you this. These were massive W's. There's a lot of concerning things for the new season, except this. These are actually all good things. Okay. Ready? Is this right? Cool. Blizzard actually communicated with us. This is an entire post about what they plan to do because of how much negative PR Season 2 has gotten thus far. They released an entire post explaining that they understand there's a lot of problems like additional RP, like this, like that, like all these issues with Season 2. And they are actually going to address them. I really appreciate the fact that they're communicating, even though they haven't released the tuning and we don't know if they're really going to be able to do it. I like the fact that they're telling, that they're at least trying. I said, you stink? Let me see. Actually, no. I smell like toasted coconut. And if you're like, why toasted coconut? It's because this deodorant that I have on my desk, because I sweat a lot, is a toasted coconut variety. That's why I smell like toasted coconut. It makes me smell like a Thai night market. What's up, Faye? Yeah. That's hot. I actually feel like it's hotter to not smell like toasted coconut because I'm kind of a Pit fan myself, and so it's an individual thing, right? To each their own. But here's the thing right here. Yo, Fayo just subscribed. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Or if it was I can't see if it's gifted. I want to show you this real quick. This was a big blue post that they do, but watch this change right here, okay? Where is it? Every dungeon feels like, where is it? There's a specific paragraph here. This one, look, behind me. Okay. Tank and healer players often have, I'm going to make a video about this tonight. Tank and healer players often have the most immediate pressure in Mythic Plus. When something goes wrong, they are usually the first roles asked to solve it. Whether that means surviving the pull, recovering the group, or covering mistakes long enough for the key to continue. In Season 1, key success could be too heavily shaped by those moments, while damage throughput and damage dealer execution did not always have the same impact on whether a group timed the key. In Season 2, you'll see slightly increased creature health pools, a larger emphasis on skills, DPS skills indeed. Tanks and healers will still have plenty to manage, but success should feel more evenly shared across the group. It's over. DPS are now going to have to contribute to the success of your keys. Rest in peace. Every push key is now immediately failed. Unfortunately, they are asking DPS players to pay attention to mechanics. I'm just kidding. This is a great change. I'm super excited about this. Jess, no problem. I am glad that you are willing to say hi. Rating, I think that streaming in general is actually just a really cool system because the fact that when I end stream, I can still go say hi to somebody and basically like the way that raids work on Twitch and stuff. I wish that YouTube did that too. It's just basically, it's a supportive community because the better that everyone else does, the better my friends do, the better I do. It's just, it kind of, everybody amps together. I actually feel like it's a really good thing that they've decided to do. Let me see. Oh, we have a whole group from this. Oh, dude, it's haha. Damn it. Is this actually Mr. Haha Beam? Okay. So that's the change. That was the main one here. They've also added some other things which I think are good, but that was the main thing, and I thought that was an excellent decision. And it is correct. You know, I've been saying for a while, and everybody's been saying for a while, like tanks and healers have a little bit too much responsibility. And it's tough. Like, it is a really tough thing to have to contend with because sometimes it's just more stressful than fun. Like, you can play tank and healer all day and then realize that you're not having fun. And I wonder if they're going to actually get that right. We'll see, huh? Like, do you think they get it right? I have this weird feeling like they're not going to. I have a sneaking suspicion, let's say. Let's roll. I'm porting over to Mysara Caverns. I sure hope so. I've decided to become a tank man. Are you? What's up, Shellin? How's it going? Hello, hello. I don't recognize your name, Shellin. How is that not your first time chat? What is this? What was your other message? I feel like that's a name I would remember. Reapply. Oh, you're the one who told me to reapply weapon oil yesterday. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I appreciate that. I always need reminders about this, actually. I'm really, really bad at remembering these things. What's up, Tuller? Long time no see. Long time no see, Tuller. How's it going? And I was Meg Riley. Oh, you're Meg Riley on YouTube. You were telling me that you wanted to start a shrimp tank. Sasquatchinimo. I'll tank if Shaman tank becomes a thing. I had a weird cook about WoW yesterday. Less spooky. As a DPS, I confirmed a lot of DPS. It's weird. So I think that DPS... I want this game to be fun. And I genuinely think DPS is fun. But DPS is fun in a weird way. If we fail... Like, let's say I join this 21 Mysara Caverns, yeah? And we fail it. I just don't feel that bad. Which is a weird thing to say, and I hope that nobody from this key is actually listening to my stream, because I'm not going to throw it. Like, I'm not intending to throw the key, and I'll feel bad if I stand in a puddle. But I'm not as tied to the success of this key because I'm a DPS player. There's this very strange, weird thing where I'm just like, I know, even though this is not Brazil, if we fail it, and it's not my fault. If it's my fault, I feel bad. If it's not my fault, though, and like we fail it for another stupid reason, I just go, okay. I shrug it off. I just feel like because I don't have the level of responsibility, I also don't have the level of stakes in the key. And it's in a weird way, if I like miss a few globals, I'm like, whoops, okay, I could have done a bit more damage there. But I also still know that we're going to time it because it's not a 23. 23 is a level of competition where I cannot miss globals. But this key, if I do make a mistake, like it is okay as long as I don't die. You know? Everyone faced because someone else can carry your damage. Exactly right, Campolonis. That's exactly what I was getting into, is that like there's just not as much pressure on me to play pitch perfect. I literally have to dodge a puddle and do a basic rotation. All right, not to minimize it too much, but I promise you, I won't die. I'll walk. This is not Brazil. This is actually, I don't know if he needs it for like score, but he needs to push it up. Because he doesn't have 21 Brazil, and I have been invited. And I can do prio damage. This mini boss here, I'm going to do top damage on the mini boss. I got this. We have a hunter, a DK, and me. Tank some people, exactly. So there's an extreme level of pressure for tanks, but there is not an extreme... Uh-oh. This is... What's up, Lava Lot? We were talking about Holy Priest earlier. Here's the thing. I can freedom my tank. You guys, my ping has shot up an extreme amount. We're gonna figure this out. But this is not good. I have problems right now. Right as the key started, I had like ridiculous ping. I saw it was like 350 for a second, and normally that means it goes up, not down. But I'm still going to do good. I'm determined now. I have been invited to somebody's push key, And I will take that. Look how fast that mini-boss died. Holy prio damage. What the hell? Dude, look at the mini-boss, man. Look at the he's dead. Wait. Where'd the Soul Eater go? I've never seen the mini-boss die that fast. What the? We should have padded more. Wait, we're fighting this pack for like a long time after the... Do I see he needs sack? He needs the kite. I'm going to freedom him. He got 9 stacks from the bears. They synced a little. Dude, the prio damage, though. Wow. Wow, that was a very healthy level of prio damage. Okay, I think this key is going to go well. If I just don't die. No, I didn't. I would never turn off my VPN in the middle of a key. It's 370 now. It's just sometimes this happens. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I was about to say. Damn. Does Beastmaster? Oh, survival? Okay. So let the tank gather. Just like let the tank gather here for a second. Dodge puddle. Healer stabilizes. That's smart. If he needs to link the first one, he links the first one to stabilize. I kick this. Somebody will get the shrink. I sack if I need to with bubble. But I also need to save a defensive for myself if I get it. Not me. He's fine. He's got a defensive. Dude, my ping. I'm going to have to actually focus on this a little. What's up, Wolfie? Hi. Yeah, I am DPSing, but for some reason, right as this key started, my ping skyrocketed. And because it's not Resil, I can't just be like, oh, like, go again. I'm doing good damage. That was a good pull for me. Holy, this is toxic. I'm playing with like 400 ping right now. It's going up, not down. I need this to go the other direction. It's not looking good. I do occasionally like DPSing. There's both simultaneously. I acknowledge the fact that DPS have certain obligations that tanks and healers don't have. One of the weird things about DPS is although my globals matter less because it is not as punishing if I miss them, it is also a little bit more of a lock-in moment if I am trying to be as competitive as I can. Because every single global will contribute, and if I miss a global, I just will lose my own competitive nature because I won't be top damage. That matters. But my ping is giving me some issues here. It's a weird... You're both simultaneously locked in and not locked in. I wouldn't say that the stress compares very much to tanking or healing. It's not that hard to DPS. Okay, I'm just going to actually hodge that one for the tank so that he doesn't have on this overlap here. He could die if the Berserker hits him on that and he doesn't have a defensive. So if I hodge him there, you won't have to worry about it. Do I send here? It depends on the class. True. A mage and a 21. Kind of, but the thing is you don't actually... I mean, there's not... Don't look at that. I didn't hit that button there. So the thing is, you only have to pay attention when a mechanic actually demands that you pay attention. Did I get the feast? Dude, my ping is so bad right now. Holy shit. They have 400 armor. No, they get one shot by everything. But the thing is, it's not like they're constantly taking damage. They have to just pay attention. Is that cast on me? Did I get this mechanic? That's really the extent of what they have to do. I mean, it's not... We can't over-exaggerate this and be like, well, you know, they're constantly worried about surviving. It's like, no, they're not constantly worried about surviving. When the mechanic happens, they have to make a plan. Do I press ice cold here? Do I press alter time? Do I press a barrier? Or do I press health potion? That is actually the decisions that they have to make. Let's not pretend that it's as, like, you know, every single this. Like, you have to work hard, but it's not great. What the hell? Oh, a bolt went off. As I was low. Okay, I can't take that res yet. Okay. I was like, wait, how did I die there? I was out of the claw range. I made sure of it. Okay. Watch the bolts on overlap of damage. I could have defensived it too. I didn't see the bolt. I actually do have targeted frames, but he pulled it from range and I didn't see that it was on me. If the cast is green, it's on me. If it's not green, it's on someone else. Yo, thank you, Gleno. I am trying. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get him. I never really considered myself to be a big fella. Like, it depends on what metric you're talking about. In some ways, I would consider myself to be very large, certainly above average. And then in other ways, like my heart, right? I have a large heart. My mom always told me that I have a big heart. And that was like one of my advantages, you know, it was one of my strengths. And I appreciated that, you know, she always believed in me. And just general human kindness, right? Thank you. You play Havoc Demon Hunter, try to sign Monk, not gonna lie. I love Windwalker. Windwalker is actually probably one of my favorite DPS specs. Like, actually, though. Okay, I'm not gonna aggro this. I'm not gonna aggro this. That was a tight jump there. Magma Surge, he's got a defensive. Good job. I don't have to sack that one. Wait. Dude, Windwalker is actually one of the best designed DPS specs, I think, ever in WoW. No joke. It actually, I think that Windwalker is very well designed. The way that its mastery works and hit combo just kind of means that it will always have a very fluid, very fun rotation. Because it's never going to be spammy, but it's also like consistently, it does the right stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, I wish that they tuned it so that you could actually play it, but it's not fun. It is fun. It's just not tuned very well. There's a difference between being anti-fun and being tuned poorly, for what it is worth. Like, it's a tuning issue, not a fun issue. Okay, fair prio damage there. Oh, we are taking this pack. I didn't see what Rowdy was doing. Okay, so we're going to do this here. This pack can be a little bit scary, actually. Let me make sure I get a kick here, because we have been missing some. I hodge this one. I go big prio damage here. I'm going to pre-horsey horse myself, because I am dealing with very high ping. And this is the worst one, because it's green on green, and it's very hard to see these puddles. Ooh. Got it. I've got it. I don't know if I've ever had. I've had a lot of good Windwalkers this season. I had one the other day who was like top damage. He was doing really well. He was a good off-meta spec will pump. That's always been like that. It's always been the case. However, the meta perception oftentimes just doesn't let them shine. If they had as many opportunities to do the same level of keys, you would see a lot more representation. The problem is that people have figured out at this point in World of Warcraft's modern history that if you don't re-roll to the meta, you don't get the same opportunities. That feels terrible. If you just did like 5% less damage, it would actually be an overcomable difference, and I genuinely think you would see a lot more people actually decide to play more like off-meta. Did I take aggro from a sack? I didn't hit anything. I actually didn't hit anything. I have to release and walk back. To be fair, there, I did not hit a single target. I had no damage out. I would not be like that. I am an ethical DPS. But I did sack the tank to make sure he didn't die on the gather. Can you still... Okay, this is a Rat Pally question. I actually don't know the answer to this. Can you steal aggro? Does the damage from Blessing of Sacrifice rip threat? Does it generate aggro? My ping is kind of settled down. It's 282 now instead of 400. And I have to wait for this pat. That is as bad as it gets, I'm not going to lie. You can get threat from the casting of it. I would never hit those mobs. Like, I'm actually like super aware. Sack makes you take damage, but I don't know if the redirected damage has a threat table. Apparently it does. Or I was just standing in the wrong spot. I freed him the tank, I sacked the tank, and then I died. Which was unfortunate, because that's all the funnel for boss that I would have done big boss damage. But to be fair, if the tank is going to do a pull like that, he is scared for his life, and I totally get that. However, he is kind of responsible for hitting them with a thrash. It does pull threat? Okay. Freedom gives threat? Does it? to be fair, if I do that pull on my bear, one of the things I'm hyper conscious of is making sure that I actually tag the mobs. If you're ever going to pull, because even your healer is going to heal you at some point as well. So I don't think that I was in the wrong there. I do think that I could have been standing closer to the boss. But the tank is probably thinking to himself, I respect it. Like, I understand where the thought process comes from. He's thinking to himself right now, oh, this damn rat pally just straight up sent his wings, because I don't know if he's in my stream and I don't know if he knows, right? But I'm thinking to myself, I really wish my tank had just actually thrashed the mobs. And sometimes it is the DPS fault, to be fair. Like, sometimes, I'm going to bubble this one. Sometimes it actually is the DPS's fault, and your Ret Pally really has sent, like, a Divine Storm early when he really shouldn't have. That one, however, was not me. I do not take responsibility for these actions. I also don't walk in here with my extra hammer, which is sad. Blessing of Sacrifice generates a small, flat initial amount of threat. The transfer damage does not generate threat. Happens more often than you'd imagine. Oh, I know. I know. Trust me. Believe me, I am unfortunately aware of how much threat actually causes bricked runs. I am unfortunately aware of this. Do you think Ellie Shami? There will be Ellie Shamis in the 1% title, 100%. Yes. Got to almost full bits. The problem is the 1% title is going to be a little bit more competitive than people think it's going to be. I'll tell you that. Really love your perspective about new players and those not pushing. I think you made some great points. I hope and I'm glad that that video had so much public reception to it. It's one of those rant videos where I just took it from stream. Like, it was a stream conversation we had a few days ago. I don't edit my videos. It's not a crafted, well edited with background footage, etc., but it's just, I hope that we can have those conversations as a WoW player, like as WoW players, as people who love this game. I genuinely hope we can have a conversation about, we have to treat new players better. Like, we have to understand what people fundamentally want from this game. And if we're not careful about that, it is going to cause problems. And we are going to get a significantly worse product down the line. And we are going to actively harm our favorite game. And we won't actually be able to. There are issues if we're not aware of kind of our own wrongdoings on the matter. Do you know what I mean by this? So I hope that I can continue to have those types of conversations, by the way. Yesterday, by the way, IK Yerax on YouTube there, I got the official offer to be a WoW partner, which is super cool. And I hope that I can continue to, again, have these perspectives on the game. Like, I hope I can continue to rant about it. Because it is important. Like, if we have this, we are so far behind right now, by the way. We're like 4 minutes behind. I don't think my overall damage is that bad. It will be after the 2 deaths, but otherwise, I've lost all the pad. I think I would have been top damage otherwise. Where's he going? I can't tell what he wants to do here. Okay, so I'm going to build a few resources because he has thrashed. I will only ever hit a mob that the tank has clearly thrashed. I will not hit anything else. Like, I'm waiting. Are we going to try to be aggressive and pull mini-boss with this? I think you could still, Mysara Caverns, of all the dungeons, right? You could time this with a lot of mistakes. Okay, it's on me. I freed him. Right in my cooldowns, man. Right in the wings. That does suck. Feels bad. Okay, no need to bubble this one. No extra damage happening. Do. Do we already know everything that's going to change? What's up, Acro? So there's always more updates. The main thing we do know is that they have been transparent about a few of the things. The post this morning was actually the most illuminating post if they follow through with it, which is a big if. It is an actual question though, like whether or not they follow through is a good question. We don't know if they will or will not. But what they stated in today's post is good. Well, I freed him immediately. Okay, so do I have to pre-defensive that in the future? That was scary. Almost died. Man, as a DPS player, I will say that's kind of jarring getting hit like that. We have to be routing this dungeon. Like you can time this, I'm pretty sure, but because we had so much time lost at the beginning, we have to be going aggressive here. Like we can't. That's my bad. But he kind of. Oh my god, we don't even have the checkpoint. I was about to type in party chat that he has to keep going, and then I died. It's my bad. You can't be actually just fighting a defender. Like he has to keep going. We don't have percentage, and the timer is bad, but I also just made a mistake. Okay. Mistweaver doesn't really. All right, I know that I have died in this key, and so this is not a good example. This is not the example that I would like to use. However, many times when a DPS player dies, it is because they don't understand when they should be doing things. Many times. It has oftentimes less to do with like their defensive kit. Okay, now we're doing some weird pulls here. Where are we going? I'm trying to... This is an example of a tank that is frustrating me because I don't know where we're going. I've sent my wings, but I've lost all my potential funnel because I don't know what we're doing here. This is... But I will say this, okay? Where are we going? Where's the plan? What's the plan? There's a frontal there. I've got to dodge the frontal. I'm going to have to stun this one because that cast is about to go off. We have a DK who can grip that thing in the back. I'm going to walk in here. And then I'm going to go like this. And then I'm going to dodge that tornado. And then I'm going to be hitting the bound defender because that's the prio target here. But I have to dodge this. And then I'm going to have to watch that there. This one is a dwarf. And then I'm in the frontal range, but we have to dodge this circle. What I was going to say was the fact that many DPS tend to have options, but they oversend when they're not supposed to. For example, and this is like a big deal. Okay, oh, the tank has turned around. That's okay. If my healer presses Ascendance, I should probably not press a defensive. If my healer doesn't have Ascendance, I should be looking to Health Potion. If I have 2 defensives, and there are 3 hits of a mechanic that I need to plan for, one of those must be a Health Potion, or a Lockstone, or a Self-Heal, or like you can make a plan regardless of your kits. However, you need to make a plan. And that's where a lot of DPS, in my opinion, fall short because they don't understand that and they just go mechanic must defensive. But then they lose out on the potential. There's going to be a frontal behind us and the tank's about to die. And so they oversend and then they go, I had nothing. If you ever have nothing as a DPS, sometimes it's class design. Like your spec literally has nothing. More often than not, it's because you oversent. Like if I say in 30 seconds, I had nothing, I actually did have something. I just chose to bubble here for more damage. Okay, I'm sorry. My ping is... To be fair, I have 3,100 world... I have... Okay. I won't say... Because of the rant, it's awkward. It's... Listen, it's... There are times... Hold up. Now, listen. Now, hold up. Wait. Listen. Listen. The key is over. Is over. It could not have been more awkward timing. I don't know why. But this is the problem. I may or may not have extreme levels of ping. It's just the rant that I was on and the fact that that happened is very unfortunate timing. I have 4,100 and I got 4,000 ping. Now, I do feel like a good DPS player right now, but also, why do I have 4,100 ping? Right. I'm very sorry for your key. I don't understand why I have 4,100 ping. I was not doing a terrible job with 4,100 ping, but I couldn't dodge the circle. I went to dodge the circle. I totally moved. I wasn't in it. But I was in it because I had 4,100 ping. I should have saved Divine Shield. That would have been smart. However, I'm going to come up with a reason. Just give me a second. As a DPS player, I'm trying to be a good DPS player. It is my job to come up with a reason why that wasn't my fault. I'm exploring it. Give me a second. I'm considering it. This is part of being a good DPS player. First of all, let me reload the game. It's the reason that I died is because my healer should have spirit linked that mechanic. It was super obvious. I don't know why my healer didn't spirit link that mechanic. It had nothing to do with me standing in the circle. It would have saved me, and the healer should have known that I would need him there. Okay, let me restart my game. I actually don't know why Rhett needs a cheat death. I wouldn't mind that. I am curious, though. I need to fix my ping. Rhett is allowed to blame the healer. If I had... let me try to restart my game real quick. Or just see if I could restart exit lag at least. I do use it, but it was not seeming to work very well. Okay. If I could fix my ping, I would love to do the 20. And if not, then it is what it is. Okay, I restart game. 1 second. What is this? Also, for everybody, Tuller, you were asking me about the 1% title. This is important for you to know, and you might not know this because people who have never pushed for actual title won't understand this, but this is really important to understand. If you want the 1% title in World of Warcraft, dude, careful. Be very careful. It will go up more than you think it will go up. If you're like just thinking like it's not going to be Result 20, I think it's going to be Result 21. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being 4K IO. Because it always goes up on the last week or two, and we're getting more power still. We're still getting a few percent, and the Resil system, people will buy it, especially at the end. It's going to be very difficult to get. Last season doesn't count, Tuller. I will say, straight up. Like, last season doesn't count. This season is different. People will buy it, and the last few weeks, people are going to log on to get it. Yeah, you have to be careful about that. I'm at 27. I don't know about a 27. Okay, my ping seems fine. Dude, what was the 4,000 ping spike I just got? That was crazy. I feel bad. Sorry about your 21. That was a lot of ping. Go ahead and macro iron for into your abilities. You got a Blood ZK guide? Blood ZK, I don't have a guide for it. I was going to do one with Sam if he ever wanted to do one. I think we were... I had asked him at one point if he was going to do that. But we never actually did one. Going into the future, though, I would love to do this. I would love to actually do a Blood ZK guide, yeah. I think that next season I might actually do this, though. If you have no intention of doing 20, so macroing iron will allow me to tank. So, Comp, are you still there on YouTube? Because I would love to answer the macro iron for a question. Also, hi, G-Dub. The macro iron for question, yes. If, one second. First of all, let me just set it up so that I can move around more as I'm streaming. Told myself I would do this more. Momentary. I'm going to put my desk up. Great. Okay. So, if you ask the Guardian Druid Discord, I will call them out specifically because I do have a problem with this topic in particular. Listen, I don't know why they are so against macroing your Iron Fur. They always have been. It's always been a thing there. So if you've heard before that you shouldn't macro your Iron Fur, I'm imagining it is from there. Here is the reason why it is totally okay to macro your Iron Fur. It will take 98% of the key. You will never have to 99% of the key. You will never have to think about it, which is good because it will allow you to get your perfect defensive timing, your perfect offensive timing, and you won't ever make mistakes. Iron Fur, macro, never think about it. You know, never have to worry about it. Good. Takes the cognitive load completely off managing it because it does work. If you are in a situation where you need to B-res and 0 of the passive procs have just procced, which is actually not frequent. Most of the time you need to B-res, you will have Blood Frenzy ticking, a GG proc, something, a Loon's Fate. You'll have something. Fury of a Loon, whatever it is. So you can just B-res. But if you have just pressed Thrash, which means you have no rage, and you have no proc, then, and this is the only situation this will happen, you have to hit Mangle. Then you can B-res. That's it. The problem of B-res is completely solved. This is it. That's literally it. In that scenario, you hit Mangle, which you have on your bar somewhere, and then because you don't macro Iron Fur to Mangle, you just have Mangle plain, hit Mangle, you B-res. Problem solved. If you need to, like see the Triumvirate Higher Keys in the guide that I made for that, you can see there are a few pulls which are very scary for me. I need to hold Rage. No problem. I just hit Mangle and a Moonfire at the end of the pull. And I lose 1 Thrash on the last mob in a pull. Is what it is. It's okay. Totally works. If there is a physical tank buster where I need to stack Iron Fur 4, which happens in 1 boss this entire season, I must hit 1 Mangle. You see what I mean? Like, it's really, 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 really straightforward, and you don't actually have to worry about it too much. I think that it is one of those things where for some reason people have received a certain level of dogma that, like, you must not I don't know where it comes from because it's the most solvable issue. There are reasons not to macro, but every reason can be solved with a simple have 1 button on your bar. For 99% reduced cognitive load on this ability, it's worth it. Does that make sense? Also, let me just check my ping because... Bro, what is this? What is the... Can you guys see this? Can you guys read this on my screen? What is this? Read this. Somebody read that out loud for me. What the hell is this? Why? 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 Bro. Hold up. I have 3,500 home ping and 4,000 world ping. I might need to not do this key for a second. Here's the so realistically, ret is easy, but it's not that easy. I'm gonna be real. Ret is pretty straightforward, but it's not that straightforward. My ping in game is trying to obtain the 1% title. I know the mount is cool, but it's not that cool. What do I... What? It's... The variance second to second is in the thousands. Okay. Explaining the reason not to macro Ironfur to Mangle. Well, one right now is that you don't actually press Mangle in your rotation, or you shouldn't be pressing Mangle that much. And second of all is you want Ironfur only macro to one ability, not several. So don't macro Ironfur to Moonfire, only macro it to Thrash. So that in the event of any of these events, you're doing your rotation, you will probably have the rage that you need. You just hit Moonfire. It's going down. Now it's 2,600. You just one ability. Well, you want two abilities not tied to it, because you also want a Frenzied Regen, and it's one of the reasons Guardian Druid is so tanky right now is Frenzied Regen. Okay. I don't know actually if I can solve the ping issue right now. So we're going to have to figure that out. What's going on with this is I've been having spikes as well. Yes, it's not just me. It's the server. I blame Blizzard. Yes. Okay, so it's not me. Now, I'm glad to hear this, by the way. Comical Magister, you've also had ping problems. Has anybody else had ping problems playing today? That must be why I got hit by 2 circles in that last dungeon. That must be, it's got to be that. I see. So wait, Comical Magister, you're saying that it's not my fault. No, the Windrunner Spire went fine early. We did a 21 Windrunner Spire. It was chill. Like, I didn't have any ping problems in that key. And then it was the second this started. EU is fine. I'm playing with 22. 22 to 23 ping. What's that like? What is that like? Zero issue with OCE? It's not OCE here. I'm going to have to step out of this key. Let's see. Only Ret Pally gets high ping. So you're saying if I play Prot, it'll all be fixed? The Shaman didn't use Spirit Link. That's it for me. That's the one. I was just macroing into most abilities with like medium level keys since it never became an issue. Even in higher keys, actually. So one of the history of macroing Ironfur for what it is worth, though. Biggest damage, Blade of Justice. They're changing Ret Pally for the better next season anyways, as long as they tune it properly. But yeah, we'll see. My damage breakdown on Ret is not... I think I do okay. I could do a little better. I think I miss a few globals sometimes. I live in LA and play on constant 9 ping. Wonkus. What's that like? What's that like? BNet lag has been horrible the last day or so. They're probably preparing for something. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know. I'm going to go to LA soon. I'm going to BlizzCon, if you're going there. Show your gear. Oh, sure. This is my gear right now. So I'm not geared. I'm 291. I've got gear. I've got a myth puzzle box that I rolled. I've got this. Your ping are literally 3. Yeah, that's why I have to plan for everything, Teller. That's actually specifically why. So when I play World of Warcraft, I have to pre-plan basically my entire rotation. It's also why I don't like playing certain tanks like Blood DK. I have a hard time with Blood DK because I need to kind of react a little bit more, and I'm not good at reacting because my ping tends to make that much harder for me. I like specs that are a little bit more planning instead of reacting. If Classic Plus came out, I would try it. I would consider playing it. If Classic Plus actually released, I would genuinely consider it. 9 is crazy. Dude, I'm going to be real with you. Last night, before I went to bed, I cried. You're like, Awoo, why did you cry? There were tears streaming. I'm thinking about I'm getting emotional right now. There were tears streaming down my face because I was just... I called my mom and I was just like, Mama, what is it like to play with single-digit ping? She said, my child, it's magical. I said, really, Mama? Tell me more. She said, when you press any ability, it actually casts. And I go, oh, it sounds nice. And she goes, it's beautiful. It sounds beautiful. And then I called my dad. And I was like, Papa, what is it like to play with double-digit ping? And he said, son, it's beautiful. I said, Papa, tell me more. And he said, son, when you press your CC abilities, they actually cast. And I go, Papa, that sounds great. And he goes, son, I pray one day you too will get to experience the game. with a regular human amount of ping. I said, I would like that very much, Papa. The tears, you can see them. They're real. I love this game, but I play with 200 plus damn ping every day of my life. I wanna know. I wanna know. I want to know what it's like to play the game where when I press a global, the global actually casts. What is that like? I've always wondered. And for the first time, when I go to BlizzCon, I will actually get to experience what everyone else gets to experience. For the first time, I too will be able to play the game with less than 200 ping. I am so excited. When I go to America, I am so excited. I will make my family get me a PC with World of Warcraft on it so that I too can parse a regular amount. I will get 99.9 instead of 99.8 because I will not have to play the game with 200 ping, and I'm very excited. As funny as it sounds, I was thinking, because there was real, raw, genuine emotion in that. You know, for what it is worth, I don't have to lie. Like, there's no acting. This is why I think I would be good. I don't have to act. It's not an Oscar worthy, there's no performance. What performance? I'm literally speaking from my heart right now. What performance? This is just the truth. There's no need to act. This is what I feel. This is in my heart. I don't need to lie. There's nothing I need to think about here. I'm literally speaking from a genuine place. This is what I experienced it. You know, like, this is just my life. I'm simply telling you how I feel. There's no need to, there's I wonder if I'll parse good. You know, I have like a 99.9 average parse right now, but I actually think I would maybe get 100 if I could have like normal ping. You get playing with low ping. That's what I'm worried about too. It is an actual fear of mine. What if for the first time ever I get to experience normal ping and then I have to get snapped back to reality? Yeah, that could be a real issue. I'm going to change the music a little bit. Kitty's playlists are better than mine. That's a genuine concern. Yeah, because I've adapted. The thing is, you can actually play with high ping, but I have adapted to it. When I go to America and I get to play with low ping, then I come back, I wonder if I'll just be cooked. Like, I wonder if that'll be it. I wonder if I'll never be able to play the game again. But I have noticed, actually, there's a lot of times where it seems like a genuine advantage to have single-digit ping, actually. You're right, Pally. I feel like I do good. And also, Kyrax, I'm glad you got that. I think I have just realized how funny this would be as a joke. Also, Haku, are you still there? It's Haku. I live in Thailand, but I play on North American or OCE realms. That is why I have very high ping, to clarify. So it's not Timbuktu where I live. I live in Thailand. I love living here, but the ping in World of Warcraft is not the best part of it, I will say. That, the weather, and the mosquitoes. 3 things that are problematic about Thailand. I'm going to hydrate. Hi, Coffee Plus. Banger video from you yesterday. Thank you. I'm glad that people enjoyed it. It's Kyrax. Yo, good point. If you're ever on YouTube, by the way, come to Twitch, because if I ever miss your chat, there are 2 separate things, and it's easier for me to read the Twitch chat for what it's worth. It's a euphemism. It's Haku. It's Haku. Oh, wait, my ping's normal again. Wait a second. Hold up. Wait a second. It's back to normal. Where is it good? Is it passed? Is it all good? It was just a spike. I can play the game again? That's nice. It's a euphemism. Want to support you here too? Thank you. I appreciate that. Living in Timbuktu is like you live far away. Oh, I was thinking that Haku was somehow a euphemism, and I was like, Naruto was very confused, but I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by that. Yeah, I thought, is it like a Naruto reference I'm imagining? Haku? Might not be, but it could be. I have 20 here. This is, I seriously want, I don't know what that's like. This is the lowest ping I could possibly have, actually. What's up, Les Spooky? Hey, Altube. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I really want to know what it's like. And I was thinking, because of how funny that I was, big anime fan, you see, it's not very obvious here. Look at this. My mom got this for me when she visited. Watch this. Look at this. So I've got a few Lego sets here. These are Legos. They're not stolen, by the way. And you can see this is the ramen shop from Naruto. And I also have, like, actually Naruto is, like, chilling back here, too. And obviously I've got some anime posters here and everywhere else, though. Yeah, I love anime. Naruto basically was, like, my inspiration. Today at the gym, I've been going back to the gym now that I'm healthy again. What about some manhwa? I don't read. I'm not... My brain has no ability to process images. So, for example, if I close my eyes and I think about Naruto, I don't think about what he looks like. I think about, there's like a Microsoft Word document that opens, and I go, everything I've ever learned about Naruto. Episode 1 is like this. Episode 2 is like this. Episode 7 is like this. When you introduce somebody to Naruto, you want to make sure that you skip these episodes. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? So it's not, I don't actually have the images in my head. It's changed a little bit over time, and these days, weirdly enough, I can picture a few things that I wasn't able to before. But the idea is that I have a hard time enjoying reading as much because I can't process. I used to read when I cared, like back in the day before we had technology, but I think these days I just watch stuff. So I don't enjoy the reading as much because of that, if that makes sense. I think that's why I don't like it, at least. Maybe that, or I'm just lazy, to be honest. And yes, less spooky. Kenshin's in the back, obviously a formative anime. These are the only ones that were available in the store. I've got some Naruto pajama pants over here as well. And anime is a huge part of my life. I didn't have any role models growing up. I was a very antisocial child. I had a lot of problems. And so all of my role models came from anime. And I would just think to myself as a kid, I would be like, what would Naruto do? You know, that was my... I just thought about that all the time. Like, what would Naruto do? I have actually used anime as a way to understand how to live my life. All right. 20 Pit of Saran. Maybe he wants me to ret. Or should I prop pally at plus 20? Should I prop pally or ret? If my ping is good, I timed the 21 Windrunner Spire with him, so I know he'll take me because I did the 21 good. If the 21 went well, should I ret or should I prop pally? Should I prop pally while walking on a treadmill? The plural of Lego is just Lego. That's true. And also, sorry, 21 not at the moment because of ping problems. Do more ret. Okay. If we get a shaman healer. Dude, I feel bad for the last key. I think my ping is going to be okay. But at the very least, this is a Resil key. Worst case scenario. So, if you were here on this stream, you are now part of a special crew who is not going to find this as funny when I actually do this. But I have a feeling that in a month or two, when I confirm my flight to LA, and I know for a fact I'm going to BlizzCon, which I think I am, but it hasn't been totally confirmed yet. I think I want to make a video saying I'm going to be at BlizzCon, if anybody is going. But I kind of want to do it in exactly the way I just did, because that was pretty funny. Now, the problem is that those of you who are here understand that I've already made that joke, but no one else has heard the joke. So it's a little bit like, you know what I mean? It's going to be one of those things. Potatoes and eggs is the most underrated breakfast. You don't want to hear my breakfast then. What? Okay. So, let me get a treadmill out, and let's get some steps in. No, you thought we heard nothing? Mm-hmm. It's okay, I don't mind it. It's a weird thing about streaming is if I'm here and I'm basically saying hello, If I'm like, knock, knock, and you go, who's there? And I go, wait, I've already told this joke. Then it's just awkward for everybody. But if you go, knock, knock, and I say, who's there? Then it's awkward for you because you weren't expecting that. And if you go, knock, knock, and I say, knock, knock, then everybody's confused. And so the point of this is, when you're streaming, it's okay to repeat the same thing over the course of a few hours. You know, there's not actually like 27,000 things to talk about. So on hour one of the stream, if we have this really cool conversation, I don't actually mind to simply rehash the conversation an hour later, especially if it's about WoW. Take Awoo? Who's Awoo? Is this actually Awoo? I don't know. Up to you. You take whoever you want. Is that like Miss Awoo? I don't my beat tag anymore. If I say knock knock, you already know who's there. I've been doing OMAD naturally for like 20 years, and simple carbs go hard. I wish I could do OMAD, to be honest with you. I don't like eating. I talked about it yesterday, but I have such a hard time like eating like a normal human being. So cool. I try my best to eat. I'm gonna go. Speaking of which, it's been an hour 40 through stream. I did go to the gym this morning, and I had a good workout. You need an enhance. Don't need a 20 pip, but can lend a hammer. Sure. Yes. You could take enhance and Mistweaver. If you want, sure. All right, hold up. Let me get my treadmill out, and I'm totally going to figure this out. 1 second. Cool. That was close. What's up, Kiana? I'm doing okay. I'm back. I'm enjoying something different today. It's just basically the last day before we go to PTR. Basically, after this, my season's done. So tomorrow we start PTR testing. I want to test every tank and every healer. And my goal will be for this PTR testing to actually just do every tank and every healer. That will be my mission, is to just actually do that. That being said, I forgot what I was going to say next. I got stun locked because I saw a soap in here, and the first thought that I had to filter. And the reason I had to filter the first thought is because today is day 3 back to stream. And it would be the final day of stream. And I've just accomplished a few really cool things with stream. And so the last thing that I would want to do, there are 2 ways that I will stop streaming, basically, right? You have to understand this about me. The first is the most likely, okay? The first is I forget to turn off stream one day. And then, of course, if you're not live to the public, why would you wear clothes? That's the very first thing that will probably happen. I'm very concerned about this. It's a genuine fear of mine. Like, what if I just make a little bit of a whoopsie daisy? Like, I'll go shower after stream, and then I'll come back in the room. Or maybe I don't shower because it's like new season. I'm trying to get IO. It's better not to shower. But I think I've ended stream, but I forgot to actually end stream. It's over, just like that. The second thing is that I would say something like an intrusive thought that comes to mind. Might involve squirrels, might not involve squirrels. The world will never know because I will filter. Because I will take the inside thought and I will simply apply it through a filter where it doesn't come out this way. It can come out a different hole, but not this one. It can come out the ear, the nose, the eye. That's all fine, but not here. I have to figure out a way to ensure that this does not happen. This is critically important. It is, in fact, a necessary part of the success of my ability to continue doing this, right? Yes. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, Awoo, it couldn't have been that bad. You're a saint, an angel. I would say thank you, Mom. But with great kindness and empathy comes a great ability to laugh at things that are super dark, because things work in a sort of polarity, and you can't appreciate the good without appreciating the bad. So if my capacity for good is here, you have to understand that my Instagram For You page is here. Do you think 4K is safe? Wonkus, I'm actually not sure. I'm very curious to know how high it goes. I don't know. Yes, actually, I do. Yes, I do need a summon. Thank you. I don't know. Now, Capken himself, how long did it take me, by the way, to get used to a treadmill while gaming? This would be the 4th day I've ever tried it. So let's find out. This is brand new. I'm not used to it. It is a weird skill. So like, think about it. I'm going to do a plus 20. I'm playing a class that I'm not very familiar with, as an example, right? Like, I'm going to play red here. And on top of that, I'm going to be streaming, so I'm going to be talking to people. I have 2 chats open. And I'm going to be walking on a treadmill. So there's like a quadruple sort of, exponential effect here, which is going to make it, Oh, I think so. For EU, not quite. So I think that EU is going to be... You're thinking, I bet it's Resil 21 with some 22s that are easier, but there's no way it goes to Resil 22. That would be too high. I think like 4K, or it's around 4K. So either if it's right below, it's either Resil 20 with half the 21s that are easier, or because of how the Resil system works, it's straight up Resil 21 with whoever buys the 22. It kind of, I think that it might, depending on how much power it is, or if there's any more nerfs, or I don't think so. We also don't know how long the season is. Originally, we assumed it was going to be a little longer, but it might actually be ending sooner rather than later. I think, what if the season ends like last week of July? So then we would have the first week of August, basically. There'd be a month left. You'll have people buy it, is the problem. Last week, it'll go up a lot. People will buy it, people will log on, and friends will offer to carry other friends. So the big issue here is definitely just, I think that's actually the main thing that you're going to see. It's not just that people buy it, by the way. It's that friends will say, you really want the 1%? Like, I got you. And they'll just give it to. Sitting cross-legged in your chair is hard to break. True. So only 0.7 is not at least 7 weeks, probably 8 weeks. So I was thinking that. But then I was thinking, they announced Mythic Plus testing, and the Mythic Plus testing is a pretty strict schedule, and there was no date for August. So PTR will close the week before normally the season comes out. Bluetooth is not turned on. 1 second. I'm turning on the treadmill here. Let me start this. I don't know I'm very bad at this, by the way. This will be interesting. But I should learn to move more, and hopefully I don't have 4,000 ping in this key. That was frustrating last time. All right. I got this. Here we go. The Sunstrider Omnium. Okay. This is a really silly thing to be mad about. Why Crit Flask over Mastery? I think Crit is actually better for it. This is a super silly thing to actually be upset about, but I'm kind of serious. I'm not that serious, but I'm kind of serious. Why do they keep making systems in the game that are so damn hard to pronounce? Because of all the things they could have called it, they had to call it damn omnium. It's a tongue twister. And my tongue already twists because I'm in a happy, healthy, productive relationship. So I don't really need this additional tongue twisting. Like, why is it omnium? What is this? Call it the folio? That makes way more sense to you. Like that, I would agree. I think folio makes way more sense. But it is a little bit. They always do this. I think it's like when I was in high school, right? I was a little bit self-conscious about myself, and I always felt the desire. Like I was like, I gotta prove myself, right? Like I have to prove how smart I am, and so I used big words. It was one of the ways that I showed everybody how intelligent I was. I had to use really, really big words all the time, and I feel like this is Blizzard when they do this. I feel like they're like, we gotta show people we're serious this time. So let's call it Omnium. And they're like, what's that? And they're like, doesn't matter. That's what we're calling it. And it's like, sweet. I like it. I like it. That's what I imagine the boardroom is like. We have to show people that we're taking this seriously. Hammer light right at the last second of the execution sentence. Yeah. Omnium. I'm kind of joking. I'm sort of joking, but I'm also kind of like there's a little bit of that in there. I actually do have a serious conversation though. Not a serious, like I have an actual question. The last time I was in Pit of Saran, I was a little bit distracted because I was tanking the 20 instead of DPSing the 20. But now that I'm DPSing the 20 and I'm going to do plenty of damage and we're going to time this key for sure, and I'm definitely not going to stand in a puddle, I do actually have a question to ask people. It was something that was brought up before, which is, would World of Warcraft benefit? Would it be hype? Would it be cool? Would people actually look forward to the potential of them adding something like a bunch of new tank specs? How many new tank specs? If they added, basically tomorrow, Shaman tank plus Evoker tank plus this, and they were just like, you know what? Fuck it. And they actually just straight up added a ton of new specs, new tanks, new healers, new DPS. Would it be good or bad for WoW? Because my initial thought process is that it would be actually terrible for the game. If they cannot currently balance 6 existing tanks, there's no way that they should add 2 more, right? And if they can't balance the 7 existing healers, then there's no way that they should add a bunch more. However, I think I missed the freedom there. Dude, my game still feels very laggy. Like, I'm trying right now, but I actually feel super laggy, and then we're going to go back into this topic. The ping doesn't say 4,000, but it feels bad right now. I can just feel how clunky everything is right now. Be real, no MMO. So, this is the actual point of this conversation. Because I have a cook. This is the part of this conversation that I actually want to talk to you about. There's a very, very weird thing about this. Okay. We don't need more. That's the interesting thing. Okay. All right. If Blizzard wants to add a bunch of new tanks, a bunch of new healers, a bunch of new DPS, it would be hype. But they would have to accept one extremely important thing, which is that they would never, ever hope to balance it. It would not be balanced. Would that actually be bad? Because in the modern Blizzard, the modern World of Warcraft, every single thing in this game is about balance. You gotta balance. It has to be fair. And I understand that. I'm not actually telling you that that's a bad thing or that that's like not true, because it absolutely is. The meta perception is actually so bad and so intense right now that if they don't achieve that balance, then people cannot play the game if their thing is not meta. However, that's already happening. And I wonder if the solution to the fact that the meta perception is so bad is to completely forget about it. What if they actually didn't balance the game and it was a free-for-all? I'm not saying they should do this. I'm opening up the potential of a conversation. What if they decided World of Warcraft was a fun game, and instead of them trying to achieve perfection, they settled for fun. Would that be so bad? It's a genuine question. I'm really curious about this because in my head, I go immediately no. I say absolutely not. But would it work? Because it's a bad idea. It's straight up. It's a bad idea. There's no way they would ever be able to balance it. And it would just create a ton of weird, at the top level of WoW, it would be miserable. But would it be fun for most people? It wouldn't. It would be really bad for the race to world first in the MDI and title pushing, yes. But would it be fun for most people? How many people would play WoW? They announce right now Evoker tank, Shaman tank, Blood DK healer, whatever it ends up being. Would it be fun? And how many people would play? That's my question. That's my thought process. And I'm kind of curious to know people's thoughts on this. Because I'm not convinced that that would be a terrible thing. Blood DK healer is a cook. They already are healers. You might as well just go all the way. No, thank you. I don't think that I would like this. I don't think that it would be really good for me because I already have this weird goal where I want to be able to play everything in WoW to an extent that I wouldn't be able to maintain. But it would just be so much new content. And if they forgot about trying to balance it perfectly across all forms of content, it would allow them to just cook. And that, to me, at the very least, is what Blizzard has been lacking for the longest time. It's been a long time since they decided to just cook something because everything is so meta-driven at this point that they have to be so careful. They're not allowed to just say, well, we're going to try something. Every single time they try something, the community like freaks out. And I understand, again, I am part of the community that freaks out. So I'm not saying that that's like a terrible thing, right? Sometimes they cook and they don't do a good job, but I still am at least happy that they are cooking. I like the fact that they're kind of trying some stuff for Season 2. I would like them to be open to feedback about all the things that they're trying for Season 2 are bad. Like, I want to potentially explore the idea that they might have burned down the kitchen recently with some of the Season 2 changes, but at least they're trying. Like, to a certain extent, I have to acknowledge the effort, right? Like, there's a world where I actually just say, good job, Blizzard, for attempting to do something different. Part of me says that, at least. But I think that's the only way they would ever be able to actually add new specs in WoW. I'm pretty sure that that is the prerequisite for them being willing to experiment. It has to actually come down to the fact that it wouldn't be balanced. And I think that we as a community might just have to accept the fact that if we ever wanted them to cook with like entirely new tank specs, entirely new healer specs, all the things like this, we would have to accept the fact that it's just not going to be balanced. That would be asking too much. And then all of a sudden, they just can't do it. There's no way that they would be able to functionally figure all that out. But if we didn't require them to, they could. If we actually were just like, but it would be super fun. I don't know if we could ever return to it like this. Classic WoW had this. For a long time in Warcraft's history, game balance was non-existent. Like that, you guys, I mean, I don't know if you ever played Classic before, but like, there's no such thing as balance. There are literally such egregious errors in that game where when Hardcore came out, you literally just couldn't play, like borderline, you couldn't play certain things to level your character. And that's not even end-game content. I'm talking about the actual leveling process. Like the difference between being a hunter and being a warrior is crazy. Is actually insane. That is a ridiculous difference. But it's not that but it was fun. But people enjoyed Hardcore. Like, I think it was a great experiment. I'm glad that they tried it. I think that people in general, no one was upset about Hardcore. It didn't brick anything. It was just a really fun experiment. I'm glad they tried it. I enjoyed it till level 24. And then I didn't play it again. But it was super cool. And Plunderstorm was cool. Do more things like Plunderstorm. That's my thought process, at least. I think that we might just have a better game, a more fun product if we were more okay with them not getting it right. Too many people want to min-max. Yeah, but I actually think that if we could somehow get people, this is a really weird cook. It's going to be extremely difficult for me to explain what is on my mind right now, but it is nonetheless going to be something that's important. I am DPSing a plus 20 behind me. This is not my best gameplay by far. I'm walking on a treadmill, I'm engaging with you guys, and I thoroughly enjoy that. We are going to time this. I am playing well, I care about the optimization of my character, but I'm not going to lie to you, I don't really care if I play perfectly right now. That mentality would benefit so many WoW players. I genuinely think if more WoW players were willing to just accept less than perfection, you would actually have a better experience playing this game. I should not have sent my wings just now. It's going to be okay. I didn't actually quite process the fact that the boss was as low as he was. So that was a bad idea. You know what? It's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. Perfection is the enemy of good. And specifically when it comes to online games, it creates a ton of toxicity. If there was a way for them to create enough fun in World of Warcraft that we stopped trying to min-max, it would be good. But the benefit of it would have to be such an extreme level of fun or social camaraderie that we were okay with them messing up. If they don't get it right, then it's not fun. Then we have problems. If they, for example, cook something and not only is it not fun, but we're all sitting here and we're just like, oh, come on, man. Like, really, Blizzard? Like, really? This is what you got? This is kind of how I feel about the raid changes coming up, where I'm like, okay, I'm glad you're trying things and I encourage you to try things, but also, really, Blizzard? You know, if I were to post this video, there will be so many people who absolutely tear me to shreds because I have missed an extreme amount of globals, because I'm not doing a lot of damage, because I'm not playing very well. But one thing that the haters won't be able to do is we're going to time this key. And also, they won't have seen the fact that we flawlessly competed like a 21 right before this, and that I'm playing rep. They don't know my history with it. I'm not good at this spec. I'm kind of YOLOing it. But we're going to win. Like that, but that's the thing. Like, we're going to win. So, is it a problem that I was here? Am I trolling for being here? There's a lot of people who still have the opinion where the answer is unequivocally yes. Awoo, why do you join this key? I'm having a fun time. We are on double time pace right now in this plus 20. I could be playing better. But we need to break the perfection that a lot of seasoned players expect. I agree completely. I actually think that it is going to be part of what actually brings this game kind of forward into the new era, the new dawn, the new this. If we just understood that you don't have to be perfect in order to be successful. There is a level where this is not true. Congratulations, it's not where you are. With respect, but it's probably not where you're at. And if you just approached it with a little bit more of a fun mentality, you might have fun, which is good. And I wonder from a design perspective what Blizzard could do to encourage the system. In my opinion, the best thing would be to give us something we want so desperately we would accept bad balance. And in my opinion, that's new specs, new classes. That would be giga. If I had the option where Blizzard says, look, right now, if you're interested, we're going to make you a Evoker tank, Shaman tank, Blood DK healer, another pre-spec that's actually going to be good for once, whatever it is, except for the fact that it's not going to be what you want it to be. In terms of balance, in terms of player power. There's a real argument. I could see me saying yes. I could see me going, interesting. I missed my puzzle box there. I'm like in my head right now. I'm really thinking about it. But that's the thing. It's so weird. I had an hour-long conversation, which I still have to actually get around to like watching it back and maybe like thinking about editing it potentially, with Korame. Do you guys know Korame? Healer, content creator. And I had a conversation with her, and I asked her, hey, Korame, you're a healer player. What do you think the meta healer is going to be next season? Well, let me ask you guys. What do you think the meta healer is going to be next season? Do you know? I can tell you what it's going to be with like relative certainty. Her answer, which I'll have to let you actually watch in the video, to be fair. I don't want to spoil it. So there's a real answer to that question. Part of it involves, she goes like this. Well, good question, Awoo. She took it very seriously. She was like, okay, so I've heard things like Boomy is considered really good right now. So if Boomy's going to be good, then it probably won't be Resto Druid. I heard that Resto Shaman weren't very happy with their changes. And so if they're not getting a real look at, then probably not Resto Shaman. It's definitely not Prez, because Prez, and realistically HPAL, we haven't seen what they're doing to HPAL yet, but I don't think so because of their design, which leaves maybe if they keep Mistweaver as powerful as it is, but we don't know like if they were going to have like a Brewmaster or whatever. And the whole conversation was actually about specifically group buffs. And that is, congratulations, what determines a healer meta almost certainly. It has to have a group buff. Also, we don't know what individual tuning is going to be, but it probably has to have a group buff. So statistics will say, without knowing anything about the tuning, it'll probably be likely Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, a Priest class, potentially. All healers got a group buff? No, they don't. A defensive group buff doesn't count as an offensive group buff. So technically, Holy Paladin and Prez Evoker do not have a group buff. So it will probably be one of the 4 healers that does provide a group buff. PI in this case is considered a group buff. Almost certainly. I can't say with 100% certainty, but very likely. Because they will most likely, it has to be disc, of course, but they are most likely not going to tune the game so that healers are individually powerful enough for them to overcome the group buff issue. I doubt it. It's possible, but they're basically not okay with making healers do that much damage on their own. And I think that people don't realize why they have, like, how much group buffs really do. If I play with a Resto Shaman in the comp that we are currently in, yeah, let's imagine that this was a Resto Shaman and that was a Shadow Priest, God forbid, or whatever it was, okay? We can't look at the current PTR set bonus and current spec tiers. We're going to see. Mythic Plus testing comes out here. Doesn't Mystic Touch? This is one of the first seasons ever. This is one of the first seasons in a very long time where Mystic Touch is almost a non-group buff. There are some specs that benefits, but you do not play Mistweaver because it has a group buff. You actually play Mistweaver because it is just straight up good. That's very rare, though. It's almost never like that. My point is, by clicking Sky Fury, you do more damage than any active ability you could do throughout the entire key. Like, literally hitting Mark of the Wild is 20, 30k DPS by itself. This obviously depends on your group, but that's a lot. You literally contribute more by pressing Mark of the Wild than you do by cat weaving in a key. As a Resto Druid. Let's imagine I'm playing with a Resto Druid. Their ability to cat weave is not nearly as consequential as their ability to just straight up hit Mark of the Wild. Mistweaver is I made a video on Patreon. I don't remember if I put it for free members or whatever. But I made a video which is, what is the best pug healer and why is it Mistweaver? And the answer is, Mistweaver is the only healer that can kind of ignore certain mechanics. It is by far the best healer for pugs. And it's the best healer for pugs because of the profile of its healing, where you don't actually have to learn mechanics and you don't have to depend on your team nearly as much as some other healers do. And that is very beneficial because you have no idea, right? You have zero clue, in fact, whether your team is going to press a defensive. Just think about it like this. First pull, Seat of the Triumvirate. If you're a Mistweaver, you can effectively ignore half of the actual very deadly mechanics on that pull. If you're a Resto Druid, good luck. It's an extremely toxic pull if you're not a Mistweaver. Mistweaver did like 20% more healing every and still wasn't the meta healer. Yeah, it's true. So even though I played probably the worst, I mean, maybe actually the worst I've ever played for DPS-wise in this key, we are still timing it with many of the timing left. It is actually difficult to play and walk on a treadmill at the same time. God, how does Jack do it? Is Nagura and Jack, is there any other WoW streamers that casually walk on a treadmill the entire time while playing high enough level keys? How do they do this? This is hard. Maybe the speed is too high on this. Like I'm walking at like a fair pace. Maybe I gotta reduce the speed. How do they do it? Wow, this is way more difficult than it appears to be. Not that I can recall. I can do it. I believe in myself. This season, it's tuned very well, to be fair. Like, Mistweaver is special this season, Faye, as you know, because you are a Mistweaver one-trick. Also, did I whisper you earlier? I think I forgot, because I was making some sort of joke and crying on stream. It's been the most dominant. HPAL and Prez are just going to suffer without a group buff. Well, keep in mind, Sten, back in the day, I mean, we didn't have Mark of the Wild, nor did we have Sky Fury for a long time. Right? I don't remember. It was introduced in, why am I getting weird about this? Dragonflight? Not every healer had a group buff like that for a pretty extended period of WoW's history. Oh, okay. Okay, to be fair, I have such a problem with Dispriest. I hope, and don't take my words out of context, but I hope that Dispriest is never meta again in Mythic Plus. I significantly hope that you never, ever see that healer be dominant again. Because when Dispriest is dominant, if it is what it is. Oh, okay. So it looks like we're back, but kinda. Hold up. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hello? Hello? Wait, we back? Kind of. Sort of. Maybe? Ah, it's over. Internet. 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 Facecam is on. Wait, so the internet bricked for a second. My whole internet went out. Is it back? Kind of? Damn. Damn. That sucks. I really hope they were able to finish that boss. If they just facecam, that's because the game. Yeah, hold up. All right, so I kind of disconnected. The Dis Priest came for you. So I'm imagining what happened is... hopefully what happened is I died, and then I didn't get the mechanic, so it was all fine. We failed it? No, damn it. No, why would you... I was about to say, you actually have to not... You have to let me die. That would be better if you would let me die, because then I think the other circle still happens, and then you don't get 2 ads, and you probably still win. God damn it. Sorry. That's unfortunate. It was too late. Damn it. Sips tea, apparently. I gotta go talk to the internet company. I gotta figure it out. I can't have my internet drop sometimes. That sucks. You say you were timing it? Fuck, you're right, Zeralian. We were timing it. I suppose... So, to be fair, you're absolutely right. Well. You know, there are 2 things, if you ever wanted to learn about this, there are 2 things you are not supposed to do as a live streamer. Would you like to know what those 2 things are? Why do you think this priest shouldn't be meta? Oh yeah, I was just on that rant too. That's a good point, actually. Okay, so there are 2 things you're not supposed to do. Number 1. You're not supposed to take a month off of stream. This is probably a very important thing. Number 2. Because Twitch, they really reward consistency. So if you are trying to be a streamer and you cannot have a consistent schedule, good luck. Very difficult. They really want you to be consistent. So when you basically don't stream for a while, they don't like this. Like, you will have like 0 recommendations. Exactly. It totally kills streamers. So Zeralian, it has been rough. I'm lucky. My stream is about 40% of what it was before I had to take a break. It's okay. Happens. So this is the time to give subs and bits. This is where you do /cheer and you make me feel better. Just kidding. Number 2 is drop your internet connection midstream, because they also hate it when you do that. That is even worse. It's so bad. If you're ever midstream and your internet connection glitches for like a second, it's super rough. Like it's actually just like completely kills you in the recommended and everything else. Now, lucky for me, I don't give a shit. So it's okay. But also, I kind of give a shit. So like a little bit. But also, I don't give enough of a shit. My actual problem is that I don't give enough shits. It's literally the nature of my health problems. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, no, I lost. Yeah, I mean, you lose everything, but it's okay. Now, Kyrax, if you didn't know this, I have extreme constipation. So my problem in general is that I don't give enough shits. And it would be great if I could learn how to give more of these. But that's not the way. How about user? I misunderstood your message. My bad. Okay. I don't want... So listen. We're going to be respectful about this. We're going to understand that Faye has a very good point. But also, hear me out. If I had gigantic boobs, think about how much further everything would be. Just think about it for a second. If I had the largest tatas, would that really be such a bad thing? It's not the same, Alni, because I can't show you that on stream, because you wouldn't know. You're right, Sandal. I'm only 29 years old. I have a big, bright future ahead of me. So never say never. I do live in Thailand. There are some great options here. So it's, it's true. I have built up my chest, naturally. I can do the pec dance for what it's worth. I actually can do this thing, Yeah, twink death has happened, but ladyboy twink death hasn't happened yet. That's a good point. It's a good point. I haven't thought about this. Is my ping stable? Can I do keys? I mean, ask Korame, but I doubt she'll tell you yet. Well, I mean, so there are pros and cons. To be fair, Senin, I actually think that seriously, one of the things the internet lacks nowadays, genuinely, and I do mean this, no matter what the context is, no matter what the conversation is, globally, we try way too hard to find a yes or no answer, where the truth is, the world confirmed this over a decade ago, but people really like shades of gray. And most things exist in shades of gray. There's at least a few dozen shades of gray. So every conversation tends to have pros and cons. When we discuss things on the internet, we tend to view it only from the purely positive or purely negative, instead of having a conversation about what might be the pros and cons. And I think that is a genuine issue with how we're all communicating with each other, regardless of what it is. Doesn't matter if it's a superficial thing, a joke, a serious topic, but especially for the serious topics that we won't get into here, we have just so much tribalism where we must identify with a right or wrong instead of a let's be productive. Because what's actually productive is communication. That is underrated. Me being able to hear things from your perspective and you being able to hear things from my perspective is underrated. You telling me what's up and me telling you what's up is overrated. I already know what's up. I wouldn't have my opinion otherwise. So I think that you couldn't actually globally say whether it would be better if I had two very round, very rotund, I don't want to call them chesticles because I feel like that's not, I don't know if that's right to say. But yeah, exactly what Faye Vibe said. I'm just going to read his line because I agree with this. If I had big honga tongas, that's a much more friendly, totally more correct way to say it, Would that be good or bad? Probably both. Good shit. Thank you, Alni. Well, to be fair, first of all, Alni, if you're new to my stream, hello. I do like to talk to people. So if you're ever hanging out with me in the stream, the whole point of me streaming is the ability to talk to people. That is actually why we're here. I don't know how we got here. I never know, Apollo. It's not about knowing how we got here. It's more about being able to roll with however we got here. Or now that we're here, you know what I mean? Hey, well, how are you able to play with the ping difference being in Thailand? I miss a lot of GCDs. You have to make it work. When you're raiding, you can plan everything in advance, Thai as a cat. So I showed yesterday in the Sporefall raid. When I tank raid, I'm normally able to parse 99 pretty actively and pretty consistently. But when I'm in keys, I absolutely do lose globals to ping. Once again, you can still normally make a plan and kind of figure it out. However, it's a factor. There are certain specs that are much harder to play with high ping. And earlier today, I was in a 21 that might have gone well. I couldn't figure out why I was dying to puddles. And then I checked my ping and it was at 4,000. So for what it is worth, it is something to contend with. Oh yeah, easy. So I have actually no problem with Disc. My issue with Discoise is that if Oracle is ever as meta as it was or as dominant as it was, they need to give every healer the ability to see things in advance and then also be able to prevent people from dying in advance. Because what happens with Oracle is when your shields are actually that powerful, your Boomy doesn't learn when to press defensives. And then when I play any healer that isn't Oracle Disc, the Boomy dies. And he blames me. You see? That's actually the issue fundamentally. If you give one healer the ability to giga shield DPS, every other healer feels bad if they don't have that. And so when you had season 2 before, when Oracle Disc was as powerful as it was, you had this weird you just had this weird actual genuine issue of you couldn't play a different healer. Because although I could make it work on my Prez Evoker or make it work, I could do the HPS, people wouldn't even play a defense. They wouldn't even understand that they were going to die. I remember first pull of Priory, the Boomy just constantly was like, wait, I died? And I was like, yes, because I'm not Oracle. Like, I wasn't playing Oracle that season. I couldn't heal. And so, yeah, people don't learn how to interact with the game when you spoil them as an Oracle Disc Priest. That is, I think, the main thing. Now, I was playing a key with you on your Mistweaver, and you DC'd mid-key. Bro, my internet's been bad recently. I also DC'd today, Ty. Sorry. Wait, what was the key? What's your item level on this, dude? Actually, my rep pally is surprisingly geared. I'm 291, but I never got my alms here. I think I'm mostly missing this, and I got to do Spore Fall for the neck. Neck, and I think that's actually the last thing I need from Spore Fall. So I'm pretty geared. 291. Learning how to play on a treadmill is hard. It is a new thing. I've decided to do it, but I don't know. No, you want head, Brylex. It was a 21 seat. I was playing Mistweaver in a 21 seat of the Triumvirate? I was? Was I doing good? Did I do good? That seems like a little bit above my pay grade on Mistweaver. 21 seat? I don't remember 21 seat. Did I fail? I was? Oh, it was a 20. Okay, 20 makes way more sense. I was like, I don't remember. I don't think I would feel comfortable healing the last 2 bosses on 21 seat of the Triumvirate. 20 is fine. We did like 2 pulls and went through 2 tanks. Yeah, that seems right. That completely checks out. The seat of the Triumvirate is one of those weird keys for tanks. Super, super, super very much. I don't know wait, hold up. Verlomi. You're on Discord. Can you clarify, Verlomi, who you are on Twitch just so I can clarify your name? All I know is that I was talking a lot about boobs just now. And then what happened was I got a Discord message and it just says, you talking about boobs made me think of this. And it just says twitter.com status update video. And there is 0 shot I am opening at right now. I don't know what it is. I'm going to imagine that it's totally fine. There is a 0% chance that I am willing to open this link while I am live on stream. It is not going to happen. There is no way that I am opening that link. Stargazer, thank you for the sub. I'm obviously joking. I know that I knew that it would be, I'm sure it would be fine. I know that you wouldn't actually send me anything too bad, but there is no way I'm opening that. We made it past the first. Oh, I remember that key now. Yeah, that was really frustrating. It does happen sometimes. Yeah, I'll open it after stream, you know. Just, yeah, maybe. What made you decide to move to Thailand over being in the States since the ping makes it difficult? Actually, good question. Seen a lot of other military vets, yes. There are many there are a lot of vets that have moved here, a lot of expats who have moved to Thailand. It's hard to answer exactly why you should or should not move to Thailand, to be honest with you. My question is, Thai, have you ever been here? Do you know what Thailand looks like? It's really hard to answer how absolutely wonderful this country is without having any context about it. Do you know what the city of Bangkok looks like? Have a good day. Thank you. And everyone else, thank you, Shellen. And I appreciate everybody being here. When you decide, when you have a disconnect in the middle of a stream, it is tough. Stargazer, thank you for the sub. Lucky for me, I don't care that much. I care a little bit, only because it will help me get sponsors. You know, Raid Shadow Legends, where you at? Where you at? NordVPN, I am here. I am waiting for you. But, you know, those matter, and they will help. As antisocial as I actually am, Ty, the real reason that I decided to move here is the people. There's a culture in Thailand which is very difficult to explain, to be honest with you. It's almost impossible to explain, in fact. Best way I can describe it is this. Ty, where are you from? You're talking to me, I'm imagining US, given this time, either very late degenerate US timing or UK. I'm imagining like Europe or this. It's feeling good. How dare you, sir? Terrible, Venus. Brylax? I know, and it actually bothers me. I thought I told them to cut off the internet for the basement, and it's the fact that you're still here. They just can't get it right here. Oh, you're night shift. There you go. Bought an eSIM. Makes sense. Most people just buy e-girls, which I feel like is something you would do. I don't know you that well, but just a guess. Okay. It's only 1 a.m. West Coast. That's still pretty degenerate. It's in the AMs. That's degenerate timing. Vin and people. That counts. No, it is the same thing. He is. No, you're fine, Zeralian. I was just kidding. Okay. Growing up in America, in California, I spent a lot of my childhood in LA. I grew up in Tarzana and went to high school in Santa Monica. I did move all over when I was a kid, so I lived in Colorado for a few years. I lived in Ohio for 2 years. I lived in Connecticut for a year. So I've actually been kind of all over, right? However, a lot of my time was in America. There is a culture that has developed. Wasn't actually, when I was like a small kid, I seriously think it wasn't as bad. But as I was going to high school in LA, I quickly realized everybody is so damn stressed. And people don't seem to care about you. They kind of care about what you might be able to do for them, which makes sense because it's very expensive to live, because it's very stressful to live, because it's very difficult. So when you meet somebody, they don't really say, hey, what's your name? The first question they ask you is, what do you do for work? Because they kind of want to know if maybe you'd be able to work together. There's a genuine level of like, I really need to be on all the time. And so although people don't walk as fast as they do in New York, and although it doesn't seem like there's a lot of hustle and bustle, behind the facade of what LA represents, there's just a hefty amount of pressure to just, you have to be growing. You gotta be progressing. And it's progressing financially, not progressing spiritually. The spiritual progression of LA was halted a decade ago. So it's progression in a realm which I'm not sure I identify with. I want to be a joyful person. I want to be an empathetic person. I have certain values, and I think that a lot of people that I grew up around also had those values, but it's almost like they weren't able to express those values because the active amount of stress that you just straight up have to have unless you are blessed or have worked very hard and figured out your life, which is, a small percentage of the people who live there, is very prevalent. And when I came to Thailand, it's not like there's not inequality here. It's not like there's not people struggling in Thailand, but there's a completely different perspective on this, where I would go an entire conversation and nobody would ask me what I did for work. They didn't care. Maybe it's because I was a foreigner, but I also think it's because fundamentally there's just a different culture around this. There's, especially when I first moved here, it still happens, most people live with their parents who live with their grandparents. So there's a certain level of a culture where there's not as much pressure to simply like move out when you're 18. And you got to find your way in the world. It's a little bit more familial oriented. There's more of a sense of identity. Like if I ask you, what does it mean? Don't actually answer this. We won't get into it. And I will mod you for just beware. I don't talk politics in stream. But a general question without getting into it too much is, what does it mean to be American? And it completely depends where you are when you ask that question. Because growing up and having lived in many different parts of the US is such a big country that people can't agree on it. And it creates a large amount of divisive tribal behavior, because if I'm in Ohio, people will say this. If I'm in LA, people will say this. If I'm in here, people will say that. There's a real issue with this. There's no way I DC'd again, did I? Was that a second DC? What was this? Weird. So, did I DC again just now? Am I still here? Okay, anyways. So, the point is, right? They're jumping a whole encompassing factor for who you are in America is still very real. So, this is the thing. Yeah, okay, great, fantastic. In Thailand, there are different political ideologies and there are different perspectives on what the future of things should look like. Yes. But there's also an innate sense of what it means to be Thai. That still means something. Like there's a real sense of almost agreement, in my opinion, and I guess it depends on who you talk to. If you talk to like a young kid in Thailand, I don't know if they agree with this. Like maybe a 20-year-old won't agree with me, and that's fine. But in my opinion, if you go to the north of Thailand, you're closer to the Lao border and you have the Isan region of Thailand. They have a slightly different dialect, they have different foods, they have different this, but they're Thai, and that means something. If you go to the south, you have a completely different border, and there's a different dialect, and there are different foods, but it means something to be Thai. And if you're right in the middle, and you go to Bangkok, you live in the big city, it means something to be Thai. There is a sense of unity. There's an underlying level of appreciation for what that means. And I did not find that I don't think that exists in LA. LA is too much of a melting pot. There are too many competing ideas. How is that in every country? It depends where you are. There are some places I've been which seem to have that, and there are other places that just don't. And Thailand, I feel like, has a really good balance of that, in my opinion. I think it's changing all the time as the world evolves. But the main reason I moved here is because of this. You know, I don't want to answer that because I am a foreigner who lives here. And I don't know if I'm actually allowed to answer that. I can only give you a perspective that's an outsider looking in. And I think that that's important to understand. I also think it's important to understand that my experience moving here was that I was a young, white fitness model who moved to a foreign country. Oh, no, I understand. I just have to be careful a little bit. I think it's important to clarify, though, that, you know, my experience is not going to be the same as many other people's depending on your background. Like, that's a real factor. I was 20 years old, just about to turn 21 when I moved here. And very soon after that, working as a model. So, and I had no children, no family, no friends. I had no points of contact. I'd never been to Asia before I moved here. I didn't know anything about this country. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anyone. My brother had traveled here 5 years prior for like a week. But I actually knew nothing. It was one of the most impulsive decisions I have ever made in my life. I actually had a return. I didn't plan to move here for what it is worth. I was traveling, and I canceled my return flight. I had a suitcase like this big. That was 8.5 years ago. So, you know, I figured out how I could be here, and could I get a visa? Could I find work? Could I do this? Could I do that? And I was able to answer those questions, and so here I am. But otherwise, the answer would have been no. See if we could do a key. I don't really want to play prot. I think I just want to play red, especially if I'm walking on a treadmill. We'll go back and forth between walking and not. That was actually, okay, so that was 2 kilometers. I've just walked for almost an hour. Whew. And I was walking on a treadmill, if you could hear the small noise in the background. Ooh, yeah. It's like that in Denmark. I actually think Gomor... I think there's a real issue with people agreeing on much of anything these days. Again, outsider perspective looking in. But from my opinion and from what I have been able to just see in the world, I swear it's very difficult for anyone to agree on most topics. Like you either have this or you have that, but it's really tough. You know what I mean? I think. It causes a lot of discourse, and there are people who capitalize on that discourse and therefore want to continue it. I think it's destructive. I feel like to work in car business and retired in Thailand. Dude, I'm 29, retired. My bank account, retro-nostalgic, my bank account does not align with retirement. You know, it sounds great. No, I'm not retired. I have a job. I have a real job that I stream in my daytime, and I have actual work in like my morning and my night. I work with foreigners, so I work this though, and you'll be fine. I don't know how I want to approach retirement. I don't know if I would retire. The thing is, I like my job. If anything, I want to scale my job. I want to be able to help people. Zerali and I can make such a difference in people's lives. I'm not that expensive, and I don't have to be that expensive because I get to live in Thailand, right? So I don't have to charge as much as I would have to charge if I was in LA. And sometimes people offer me a fair bit of money to work with them because I'm really good at what I do, but I'll decline because I don't have to take them. If I don't want to work with you, I won't. So I'm in a pretty good spot. But the idea is this. I do what I do because I love it, because I'm genuinely passionate about it. I have taken, over the last several years, way too many clients who I say, this is my fee, and they go, I can't afford that right now. And I look at them and I say, but I still want to help you. So let's figure something out. What can you afford? I'm way too okay with doing this, to be honest. I should charge more than I actually do. And I should technically hold firm to that. But as long as my schedule is available enough, I will do so. Because the information I have should be free. It should be publicly accessible. It should not be something that requires a decade of studying. Like, I have the ability to help people, and I take pride in that. It's a really cool thing, right? Yo, what's up, Brenna? Who dis? Didn't we just play with this tank? I think I just... We were chilling. Take them. Take the bear. I'm exhausted. Why are you exhausted? Oof. I got, just now, by the way, if we take a look at the treadmill, lost your dad. Oh, I'm sorry. You lost your dad 4 years ago? 4 days ago, not 4 years ago. 4 days. Sorry, Brenna. First, is this your first parent that has passed? Yeah. It's weird. Right, Brenna? It's easy to think that they're always going to be here. And then they're not. It's very weird, isn't it? Yeah. It's a it is it's a very deep thing to contend with the fact that your parents are not here forever. Were you close with him, Brenna? Quite. Close with your mom? WM, I see your comment on YouTube, and I would totally love to respond to it, but for what it is worth, Brenna on Twitch has brought up a more serious conversation, and that demands my attention right now. So, although I would love to tell you about the massive size of my heart, I would rather showcase the massive size of my heart by talking to Brenna for a second. So, mention, keep your family and friends. No, you're fine. I have no problem with people mentioning serious topics on stream. It's an important thing to discuss because many times we don't have anyone else to discuss with. And grief, there's a reason that we have such a, understood model of grief. You will feel all sorts of things that I can't take from you. I think that's like one of the hardest things about grief is no one can solve it because it's actually necessary. It's hardwired, built into us to grieve when we lose. When we lose pets, when we lose people, when we lose, doesn't matter what the context is, but in particular parents, it is actually just literally within our DNA and within our biology that we're supposed to have a reaction to this, a rather visceral, strong reaction to it. So everything you're feeling right now, 4 days is very, very recent, is extremely normal, extremely fair, justified, not normal. It's the wrong way to put it. And, let yourself feel whatever it is you're going to feel. And Brenna, for a little bit, it is okay to not be okay. If I don't want to offer you advice, again, I don't know how this is going to affect you, but if I could just provide only one perspective, I just let yourself feel whatever it is you're going to feel. You can't solve the feelings. You can't get rid of them. Just invite them in for a cup of tea and just be with them for a little. Be with your mom, be with your family. Hopefully you guys can all come together and celebrate your dad. But you might not be okay for a little bit. That's okay. If you feel like distracting yourself, come hang out and stream. It's fine. Feel like distracting yourself, you could play WoW. It's always a good option. We like WoW. You could play other games. Find a series to binge watch on Netflix. If you feel like sitting with your feelings and talking about them, you can do that too. If you don't, that's also okay. You'll go through whatever it is you're going to go through. Makes sense? Let it happen. But I hope, for what it is worth, that everything is as smooth as it can be. And that you take the time you need to process. Yeah. Well, I don't think, Zeralian, it's a very strange thing because on one hand, we could say that, but when you lose a parent, the grief, there's a lot of sadness and there's a pain associated with it, but I also don't think it's just pain. It's not like it's something that you have to feel, it's not a necessity to feel better, because part of the confusing aspect of this grief is that you're supposed to feel bad. So it isn't about trying to obtain a panacea quicker. It's not actually about returning to base. It's almost like if you didn't feel as bad as you felt, it would almost sour the experience. It's an emotional trial where it almost demands that you find a way to confront it without squirming away. And it's a big ask. That's not easy to do. Especially, I think that we're all kind of trained a little bit to want to solve those feelings. But when you have grief like this, you can't solve it. You know? Just playing Animal Crossing, which you have, yeah. So it's a tough one, but not in a bad way. We collectively, and this is more of a conversation, you'll have to give me a little bit of grace for what it's worth, because it's a difficult thing. I don't know your situation, and for what it is worth, you know, this is important. But we collectively and traditionally say, I'm sorry for your loss. But I actually think that attaching the word loss to grief is maybe the wrong way to look at it in a lot of instances, because it's more complicated than loss. You didn't lose something. You know. Do you know what I mean by that? I'm not saying that perfectly at the moment, but that's a large part of it, is that it's more nuanced and complicated than just loss. Losing my dad has been so crushing. I'm not ready to think about losing my mom. Yeah. Brenna, I think if I may, and I'm not in your position, but one of the hardest things about losing a parent is that in many ways it forces you to confront a level of independence and a lack of fallback that you kind of just, a large portion of your life, it's always been there, and now it's not. And that's a super scary part of it. And again, that's that part where it's not just loss. You now have to contend with all these additional feelings, which are amplified by the grief, by the loss, by the this, by the that. And that's tough. You know, it basically folds on itself, and it creates just a significant, like, spiraling helix of, oh shit, what am I even feeling today? Am I feeling sad? Am I feeling angry? Am I feeling this? Like, what is the it's actually, sometimes it's hard to even identify like what it is that you're feeling, because it's overwhelming. Right? Are you scared? Whatever it ends up being, though, yeah. That's not, just know, Kyrax, Zeralian, although it is a painful thing to talk about, more people have had some level of understanding to this than you might realize. It is not something that you can expect many people to talk about. The tree won the battle. Fair enough. They left you a voicemail, so they knew it was going to happen. At the very least, there's some privilege, or if you know that it's going to happen, there's a level of privilege where that's the case. It's really difficult when it's unexpected, you know. Hey, Branky, you come in at a time where we're talking about a relatively serious topic, right? But you can free me. I know. I had the curse on me too, so I decided to bubble that one. Ooh. Can freedom the Cold Wraith dot here as well to help the group. Took care of him, wait on him hand and foot. How long is he? So he said he had cancer. How long has he had it? Like, did you know that this was coming? Did you guys get to prepare for it? Try to get some 20s. I need a team. Yeah, Branky, life is better enjoyed with people, and so is Mythic Plus. They're not actually that exclusive. They're the same. Yeah, it's hard. It depends. Like, everybody has a different way of approaching this conversation. There are many people who will be extremely... Everyone is empathetic to this in their own way. But the one mistake, if there was a mistake that people make, it is trying to take the pain away. You can't take the pain away. And actually, it would be counterproductive. If you didn't feel the things that you were feeling, Brenna, losing a parent or dealing with grief, you would not be able to take what you need to take away from this experience. And it is a natural part of life. It's a growing part of life. Scary part of life. But punch a tree. You know? Better a tree than the house. Tree grows back. Drywall does not. Plus, drywall doesn't give you that very satisfying feeling, because the problem is you might actually win against the drywall. The tree didn't deserve that punch. The tree understands. If you punch drywall and you win, the problem is then you don't get a satisfying rebound. In fact, oftentimes, many people, it's an Alan Watts quote, but many people don't know that they exist unless they're sitting on the tip of a spear. And so sometimes we need a little bit of that physical pain, a little bit of that physical reminder of, hey, I'm here and I'm hurting. And you know what? Fair enough. Nobody can judge you for that. The dents are still there. You know, I had a troubled childhood, and I'm debating on how much of this story I have to filter and how much of it I should share with you. There's like a thought process in my head right now, and I haven't fully decided, so I'm still figuring that out just a little bit. Give me just a moment to consider this. So let me think about this. No, I haven't decided still. So, like many people, the internet. No, it's fine. This is not. I'm gonna filter. I've got this. Basically, the story of how Kitty and I met. Well, anyways, one day it was brr, 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 and then the other day was beep, and then the next thing was beep, and then, after that I was like, damn, and then it was like more beep, and then it was this, and I have to censor. That was the full story. But the idea is, no, it's not actually what I'm talking about. What I am talking to you about is this. When I was like 16, so when I was 15, I left residential treatment centers and I went back to start high school in America. That's not actually what we're talking about. We're talking about grief, Kitty. And I was referencing Kyrax's dented shed because it reminded me that when I was 16, I liked collecting fantasy weapons. That was like my passion, actually. So all of my disposable income when it wasn't being spent on a girl that I really liked was basically spent on fantasy, like blades, fantasy weapons, Halo energy sword, this, that, Bleach swords, like anime swords, replicas, and also bows and arrows. And I had a compound bow, and I used to light the arrows on fire and then shoot the arrows at my wall when I was 16. And suffice to say, I lived with my dad at the time. He did not get his deposit back. Because that bedroom wall from when I was 16, Yeah, it was rough. Like, it... Yeah. Let's just say that basically every single year that Father's Day... Oh, sorry. Actually, this is super... I was doing so good. I was doing... It was actually going so well. Okay, yeah. All right. Communication is my strong suit. Remembering that other people are in the conversation is not my strong suit. That is actually such a good quote. I gotta remember that quote for the future. That's really good. Oh, the hammer. Yes. Twitch ads break. Okay, perfect. This gives me just enough time to collect my thoughts. Excellent. Do I need a break or ice cream? I could use some ice cream. If you would like to deliver me some ice cream, I could be convinced to eat some of the stuff that's in the fridge right now. There's a pint of ice cream in the freezer. You want to bring it to me, kitty? Are you busy with work right now? Okay. If targets, use defensive. Right now. You want to order something. What do you want to order? Look at that defensive usage. Damn. That's ethical DPS gaming right there. You have to beware of Kitty's hug. She bites. So, for anyone, by the way, that is currently listening to this conversation, I appreciate you. And I appreciate you because I know that this is a World of Warcraft stream. But for as long as I continue to do this streaming thing, I was saying, if the ads have just ended, I'll say it again. I significantly appreciate everybody who is still here listening to this conversation, or Kyrax, thank you for contributing to this conversation and sharing your story as well, because it's actually something that I'm just so passionate about, which is ice cream that has just been hand-delivered to me by a very pretty girl that I have basically continued my teenage passion of spending money on pretty girls. What's up, kitty?
I remember, I think it was last night, I really wanted some
Hold
ice
up,
cream from
filter. Just, what are you going to say right now?
I'm talking about the ice
Oh, that's fine. Okay, thank God. You started with, okay, all right. Hold up. You walked into the room. I was like, kitty, you know I'm live right now, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was just checking because you walked in and you were like, look, I remember like last night. And I was like, wait.
It's ice cream related.
I didn't know what you were going to say. How was I supposed to know? You walked in here and you had this coy look on your face and you were laughing. You had this weird smile and you were like, so last night? And I was like, well, we're live. We're live. Just need to make sure that you know we are very extremely live right now.
Talk about how it was late at night. I just really wanted to buy the ice cream. And I opened the freezer and the kitchen was dark. And I took a big chunk out and I was like, oh man, it's matcha. And I was so disappointed.
Is that why the light was on? I thought I turned it off.
I turned it on and I was like, wait, what's this flavor? Oh, matcha.
Yeah. because I, yeah. This explains a lot, actually, because I was wondering why the light was on when I went downstairs last night. Yeah. Okay, this all makes sense now. Yeah. It's all adding together. Mm-hmm. I was like, I knew I turned off the light. Yep. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to work. But do you want anything? I'm gonna maybe order a snack.
More ice cream?
Maybe more ice cream, maybe something else. What are you in the mood for?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with the pint of ice cream I have. I would just get more of the same ice cream, to be honest.
More matcha?
I like green. What's wrong with green tea ice cream? It's not.
Green tea ice cream.
Okay,
I just don't
listen.
like it from Dairy Queen.
To be fair,
I only like it from like 2 places.
It's affordable. The thing is that I haven't received enough gifted subs and /or donations.
Doesn't mean you have to put up with substandard matcha ice cream.
Substandard.
It just doesn't taste good.
Substandard. Oh, that's going too far.
Yeah. I'll see you. Bye.
You met Ben on a flight once? Is Ben and Jerry's a real person? I always thought it was a mouse. Wait, is Ben and Jerry's not about the cat? The mouse? The cat? No? Really? No way. I always thought Ben and Jerry's was a reference to Tom and Jerry. Is it not? Are they a real person? Tom and Jerry. Are they not the same? Wait. Is the name of people? Is not actually related to the cartoon? Is not? The founders were Ben and Jerry? Wait, really? So now you're about to tell me that there's this dude named Baskin and Robin. Is this what you're trying to... Listen, are you trying to convince me now? You're expecting me to believe that there's a Baskin and a Robin is a real name, so that does make sense. Carol Baskin and Robin Hood. There's no way that this is a real thing. I refuse to believe that this is an actual... I don't believe you. Let me actually use my utility. This boss in defensives. 1 second. I don't want to be like ignorant, but also there's this river in Egypt, and that is how I feel right now. I feel like I could be a very successful crocodile in that river. Like, I really feel like I would be, yeah. Interesting. All right. All I can tell you is that I wasn't expecting this. And I still don't know if I fully trust you and believe you. Part of me does, part of me doesn't. I'm not sure. And by the way, I'm not actually that tall. I'm standing on a treadmill. Well, Kyrax, that I know. Many people really enjoy that. That's not like news to me. I'm not like that social, but I at least understand that many people, this is like a big deal for them, like a birthday treat, kind of like Baskin Robbins. Okay, so a few deaths here. It's not a problem. Also, see what happens when I log in. I actually do damage. Is Prot Warrior good to be your main? We can't actually answer what tank or thing is going to be meta next season. I can give you some perspectives, which might be worth knowing. I could tell you a little bit about the potential of balance. I could give you a little bit of here, but we don't even know what the new dungeon's going to be like. We don't know exactly what the dispel profile will look like. We have some returning dungeons, but they also announced today that they would rework those dungeons heavily. And so are they going to function exactly? That we don't know. They can change a lot from what we think about right now compared to what will actually happen. And so anybody that tells you they definitely know is wrong, but we can speculate. And like tier list season's coming, and that's going to be super fun. And tier list is great content for what it's worth. Like, I love making tier lists, and I love playing PTR. Basically, from tomorrow, every time you tune into stream, I will be testing exclusively. I'll basically be testing every single tank, every single healer, but Prot Warrior for sure. I think we're playing, for what it's worth, Prot Warrior is most likely going to be playing Colossus, which might actually have some issues. Colossus, without having a look at it, Colossus has aggro problems. And so if like Hunter or Rogue isn't meta, which statistically speaking is probably what's going to happen, you might, like, Colossus Warrior is a very, very, very meta, like, aggro problem-ish recipe. But I believe they reworked Colossal Might Stack, so that might help. Like, maybe you're more okay with insta-demolishing with the cooldown reduction and stuff. That might be a factor that helps. But the problem is that the way you previously played it was just the actual worst tank for Snap Thread. There was literally no tank that was worse. You would rather play a VDH or, like, a Blood DK. It was really, 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 really bad. So I hope that they are better at that. We'll see with the new design for Prot Warrior. Is it good enough to be your main? Anything that you decide to play for long enough, you will develop mastery about. And if you develop mastery on a thing, you will end up being good at that thing. So rather than say, is this going to be good enough to be meta? It's a little bit of a better perspective to say, am I going to enjoy this enough to play it enough that I would actually be successful at it? That is a better perspective, in my opinion. Although with how meta-driven seasons have been recently, I'm not sure that that's actually true. Because once the meta has been figured out, there's a very real argument that you should just re-roll. I don't love that that's true, but I'm going to be honest with you. You will have a better season if you just play meta. It's like a factor of this game that shouldn't be true, but absolutely is. And anyone who tells you you don't have to play meta, no, you don't have to play meta, but you're certainly going to have a better season if you do. Unless you are very much like the thing you're playing. So once the meta's been figured out, that's why everybody asks. You can't get mad at people for asking about what's going to be meta. I'll probably start for what it is, for what it's worth. I will most likely start every one of my tier lists with this rant and this conversation. Because at this point, I feel like people are kind of burnt out on tier lists. Like, everyone knows what's coming, right? It's basically like a Game of Thrones meme at this point. You're like, winter is coming. It's like tier list season is coming. There's a WoW PTR cycle. So your entire YouTube algorithm is going to be flooded with best tank tier list, best healer tier list, what's the meta, blah, 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 blah. And I will contribute to it. All of my tier lists will be actually having information. Like, I will clarify for you for what it is worth. Yeah, they do it because it works. It's, like, extremely helpful. And so part of that, though, for what it is worth, right, is when I do tier lists, I want to explain why that thing is good. The only thing I really have a problem with is when people make a tier list but don't explain the thing. That I don't like. So if you are in a situation where you go, you know, Prot Pally is bad, why? You better tell me why, and it can't be because they're shit. Like, you gotta actually explain to me why you have that thought. The damage profile of these dungeons is this. Therefore, Prot Pally will struggle. Okay, so the real checks for tanks, like I said this in the last video, you can hear it in the reason that Prot Warrior isn't crazy strong right now is actually not in a terrible place, but the primary reason is that the actual checks for tank currently are bleed, magic damage, and those are Prot Warrior's weakness. Like, there's the actual times you're worried about dying, Prot Warrior is rough with right now. But by individual tuning, it's not like the worst tank. It just feels bad to play because of the dungeon pool and the damage pattern that we have in this pool. And so Prot Warrior, the issues with it are amplified by first pull of Algathar Academy and this and that and everything else. But technically speaking, Prot Warrior is not crazy bad right now, but nobody wants to have to contend with whatever it is, right? And Paladin tanks. Currently, I will tell you, in general, whatever Blizzard decides to spend the most amount of time working on does tend to be meta. In general, this is not a global rule, and you can't take it as a global rule. It's not always true. But if Blizzard makes a new spec in World of Warcraft, like if they were going to release a new DPS specialization, what are the chances that that thing ends up being good? With non-meta tank, if you, depending on what level you want to go for, Barley. So if you're, can you tell me what the context is? Like, what key level would you like to do? What's your goal? Are you trying to push for the 0.1% title? Are you trying to push for 1% title, or just like portals? Like, can you give me a little bit of clarity? And do you pug all of your keys? Then I can answer your question. I can tell you basically what tank or what you might want to consider if you can tell me a little bit of more information about this. Okay, Spirit Link comes out. Bubble. Hammer of Light is just ever so slightly off, sadly. Well, not max damage here. Keep in mind, a lot of that is boss damage, not just the... If one... I actually don't know if I agree with that, Gamora. I was... Okay. Earlier on this season, I did say that. I was a big believer. I was like, look, if your goal is the 1%, anything works. Bro, 1% is kind of competitive right now. I didn't expect it to be as competitive as it is. The 1% is going to end up being like 4,000 IO or close to it. It's surprising to me. I'm actually kind of shocked. Like, 1% is way higher and way more difficult than I originally assumed it would be. I kind of thought it would be a lot more. It's not, well, that's 0.1%. That's 0.1%. Brazil 22 is 0.1%. 1%. The mount that they released, the new achievement. Okay, so this is going to be puzzle box plus everything. We can bop for aggro too. Yeah. But even the 1% is going to be much higher than that. So, like, right now, with how competitive it ended up being, which I, again, was kind of not expecting, I don't think that the answer is you could have played any tank you wanted. I think that especially if you were pugging, you should absolutely... You will have a hard time getting even the 1% title. Can it work? Of course. But is it practically going to work? I don't know about that. I'm not 1,000% convinced that you could just have played Prot Warrior this season and had a great time with it. I don't know if that's true. Hey, my Ret Pally actually did good, by the way. Nice. Nice, look at that. Top overall damage. What? Me? My ping was not 4,000. I didn't DC on the last boss. Excellent. What can I say? I have a Druid buff, a Warrior buff, playing with an Outlaw Rogue who's target capped, and a Resto Shaman. I am him. I'm basically Kumar, the accountant on Instagram. There's like 20 prop pallies. That's more than I thought there would be, Duxy. I'm actually quite surprised. 20 prop pallies is more prop pallies than I had initially assumed, to be honest with you. Wait a second, Stargazer. You gifted a sub and I didn't even see it. I didn't see your sub earlier, or I missed it. I apologize. Thank you for the gifted sub for Brenna. Let me see right now. The top 1% in NA is 3,800, but EU is much higher than this. And yeah, it's weird, right? Who could interrupt it more? That's true. This is true. This is true. I think that Prot is fun to play, but if I actually were to play Prot in this... If I were to play Prot in a plus 20 Pit of Saran, if I was actually going to show you, it is crazy how much my health bar moves. It is way significantly more than it should. It is... The tank balance and healer balance is really bad right now. And I hope that they take a look at that. They should take a look at that. God damn. I also forgot to pin Discord this whole time. So anyways, as we were talking about earlier, although I do not have massive Dahonkas, unfortunately, part of me wishes I did. But for what it is worth, if you are new to stream, you should still follow. Because I have ice cream. And you might say to yourself, does the ice cream account for this? Not necessarily. But it makes it slightly less sad. No, I had to take a month and a half off stream. It's a strange thing. Yeah, I had to take a long time off stream, and I'm just glad to be back. I think, like, in the next few days, I'm going to have to go out once to ship something. I don't know when or exactly how I'm going to do that, but at some point, I'm going to need to do it. Maybe tomorrow. I'm excited for PTR testing. The second tomorrow actually goes out. What's up? 21 Nexus? Oh, no, thank you. I think 20 Nexus is fine. I don't know about 21, though. Tuning in stream for a while, sorry. No problem, Paz. I was just saying. I've been away for a long time. Like a month and a half. I didn't stream for 40 days or something like that. Kind of crazy. Long time. Longest I've ever taken off stream. It was not intentionally. I got the flu. I got really sick. I should do the time stuff for the spec, whatever you play. Gamora. I don't think spec specific titles will work. Spec specific titles won't work because of the psychology of who gets title. They would be way too degenerate, and you would just have people absolutely dominate each one. So if there were less titles, but they were awarded to survival hunters, you would just have the top people reroll survival hunter for fun. And you would just have them then reroll to Beastmaster and then Marksman, because they can do that, and it's actually easier for them to do that than it is for you to do that. Because they have a team, and it would be way significantly better for them than it would be for you. So if you, for example, were to take Druid and you were to award a title spec for each of the specs of Druid, you would just have Guardian go, hey, I'll go Feral, and you, my Warrior, will just go Prot. We'll make it work. And they have Razil, and because they have Razil, they're just going to slam those keys, and it will be zero. Like, they'll get it, and they'll already be above you for this. Enter Pugwar for this next key and enjoy the pain. What is this? For the what key? What were we trying to do? 21 Nexus? I'll do 20 Nexus. I don't 21 Nexus, you probably want somebody who isn't me, by the way. I don't know. My rep pally is not bad, but I'm not exactly super locked in right now for these tanks. No, that tank was good. It was good. I thought they did good. Their damage was, their route was, there was consistency of the route. It was good. They were chilling. Oh, not ours. Me? Oh. wait, hold on. Why am I getting blamed for something? I feel like Bear IO is bloated. It's not that Bear IO is bloated. It's that tanks this season are not, no one really wants to tank, because I don't know if tanking this season has been fun. I think Guardian Druid has been fun, but I don't know if tanking has been fun. Also, I don't know if you're listening to stream, for what it's worth. I was responding on stream like you were, like I was in here. But I actually don't know. I hope that I enjoy tanking and also healing more next season than I do this season, because it has been a little bit suspicious, and some of the choices that they have made are questionable, to say the least. Yeah, to say the least. I had a rant video yesterday, and I clipped it directly from stream. However, I had another rant video, which I actually thought was pretty good, and I thought about it. Stargazer, wait, gifting another sub. Yo, thank you for the other gifted sub, Stargazer. Stargazer, can you remind me of something? I actually have asked you this question a bunch, and I kind of forgot because it's been a long time. Were you the person who randomly found me from Instagram? Like a while ago. Are you actually the person who was on my Instagram? Like, you found the cat reel, and then you came to stream one day because of the cat reel? And then you've actually just, like, hung out now for a while? Marius, I remember you. What's up, Marius? Dude, it's weird to be gone for a month and a half and actually see a bunch of names that I remember. Kyrax, are you new to my stream as well? Because you see the same people every day, and then all of a sudden you don't see them for a month and a half. It's weird. Does the meta change for raiding as tanks? No. The problem with tank raiding is that you need to find a guild who needs a tank. The meta for tanking raid is completely dependent on what group buff you're missing. So the way it works is you need all the group buffs for raid. If Fury Warrior and Arms Warrior are not that good, then you need to play Prot. Because Prot, any tank can do raid. Every single tank can live raid, and they can do decent damage about raid. However, it's filling the group buff that really matters at the end of the day. There are some exceptions which are pretty rare. Like Guardian Druid this last season was, with their Apex and the way that the raid was structured, was kind of egregious. Like you just played Guardian because. But in general, if you think somehow Resto Druid is bad, somehow on top of that Boomy and Feral are also bad, you play Guardian because you need a Druid in raid. But most of the time it's like Brewmaster or VDH when Havoc was the only other VDH spec, right? But now the idea is watching from... Dude, no, Aussie, no, so genuinely never ever feel the need to sub. No one ever needs to sub. And although this is obviously a part of my income, I don't stream for that reason. That's not actually why I'm here. I want to be able to connect with people. I want to have some notoriety so I can make rant videos like the one I had yesterday. You know what's sad to me a little bit, Kyrax, is the video I made yesterday. If I did not build any sort of YouTube channel and I had never streamed before, I could post that video and it would get 0 views, even though the content's really good. And there's a lot of examples of people making omega wow videos. Like there are some hilarious videos or the best guides ever, but because that person hasn't actually built up their content, you don't see it. And you see this all the time. There are some streams, for example, there are some streamers who are just unbelievably entertaining and they're so good. Like if you like their vibe, you will just have the best time in their stream, but you don't know they exist because they just don't have that exposure. It's a weird world we live in for sure. And Aussie, never feel any pressure. You always come hang out. I hope everything's okay since you said you're watching from the hospital. Genuinely, right? Aussie BBQ. If you're in the hospital, I feel like there's one of two things that could have happened. Either you had a BBQ that didn't go very well, right? Up to personal interpretation what that means. But there are many ways that BBQs can occasionally get you. Or the first part of your name, if it's a reference to a previous icon, then we know why you don't feel very well when you're in the hospital. There's no doubt about that. Like, it depends on what the Aussie here is. Is the Aussie the land down under, or is the Aussie the Prince of Darkness? Because if it's the Prince of Darkness, then there's certainly no we all understand exactly what's going on here. But if it's the Aussie there, then I'm questioning, was it a kangaroo? Was it a weird spider? Was it a weird snake? I don't actually know anything about Australia, but that's pretty much what I do know is there's a lot of weird... The kangaroos get me, man. Or was it a drop bear? We don't know. It's impossible to say. Onos gifted a sub. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the gifted subs. I appreciate it. The hype train is going. And thank you. I appreciate everybody. If you are able to support stream, thank you. But I said this yesterday and I say it again. I like making content. I like being able to get my stuff out there. It's super cool. If I ever make a members video or like Patreon content, which I have a lot of, the truth is, at any point, if you're watching it and you're like, I'd love to see that video, but my health, I'm in the hospital or whatever, genuinely, and like I can't afford it, you just fucking tell me. I'll just give it to you. I don't care. Like I do work hard to make that content, and I do think I should get paid for it because I work hard for it. But at the same time, like if you cannot afford it, just tell me. Like, Aussie, if there is a particular video that you want to see from members only or from Patreon, just tell me. I'll just give it to you. No problem. Okay, let me see if this ice cream is melted enough for me to eat it because I don't actually like eating real ice cream. Hi, Onos. Onos. Can I ask you a question? Also, Stargazer, my bad. There is a giant bite of this ice cream just missing from Kitty's midnight adventure yesterday. Refreshing videos. I'm glad that people liked it. That rant was from yesterday's stream, 2 days ago when I came back, and I had some thoughts. And I don't edit any of my videos for what it's worth. I didn't edit that. It was straight up just my actual thoughts. And there were 3 other rants on the same exact day that I kind of want to post. One of them is a rant about Mythic raiding and the problems with Mythic raiding. I don't have the energy currently to be as enthusiastic about that rant, but I'll give you the general synopsis, and I'm curious, if you liked the previous video, I'm curious to know what you think about this one. Okay? So, God, it has to be said. You still have to pay for it for free. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kafaze. I mean, I don't know. My life has had all these ups and downs, and sometimes I don't have access to things, and it upsets me. In particular, because I work with health, for what it is worth. Listen. Because I work with health, I despise the fact that in order to have good health nowadays, that information is paywalled. Gaming advantage, like getting a good guide or getting a this, that's like down here on the totem pole. The fact that we basically monetize people's health pisses me off. Good health is so important, and it's very misunderstood, and the misinformation out there for health is ridiculous, and I don't like that. It's my job to work with people's health. All the information that I'm able to share with people should be free. Most of self-sustainable tank of the healers that bear right now, actually, to be honest with you, it's not Blood DK anymore. It used to be Blood DK Barley, but it's not anymore. Prot Warrior is probably the least self-sustaining unless it's overtuned. So at the moment, most self-sustaining tank is probably Bear if you play well. Bear has perma uptime on stuff. It won't be like that next season, but we'll see how they tune things. We don't know exactly what it'll be next season. I can't tell you that yet. The rant that I was thinking about posting tonight. Actually, tonight I have to talk about the news. They released the Blue Notes today. That's what I got to talk about tonight. Nothing more important. But at some point, the real problem with Mythic raiding, in my opinion, Paj and Kyrox, you can tell me what you think about this. I think that the genuine issue with it is accessibility, not how cool it is. Oh, wait, we're in a key? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I tuned back into WoW. What are we doing? What did we do? What did I miss? Wait. What? Wait. Why are we... Oh, we're doing a... What key was it? Nexus. Okay. Oh, right. We're doing a Nexus. Holy shit. I forgot. Bro, I got so distracted by the matcha ice cream in front of me. Green tea ice cream. Excuse me. It's not matcha. Wait, I completely forgot. Okay, Nexus. All right. Understood. All right. P portal Nexus, I believe. All good. Oh, vaguely I did. Yeah, I got you. I remember. No. We timed this last 20. Well, let's do the next one. Easy. I don't know how long it's been. I hope they weren't waiting that long. I had no idea. I actually completely forgot. Holy. All right. What was I saying right before that? Oh, right. The raid, it's an accessibility issue. If they design the coolest Mythic raid that has ever existed, and I mean, that's a big if, but let's imagine that the next raid was actually the best raid they've ever made. It doesn't mean that more people will do it, because the vast majority of people who care enough about this game that they would Mythic raid, but don't currently Mythic raid, most likely cannot due to real life complications, because they have kids and they cannot commit 8 hours a week minimum to Mythic raiding. Or they have responsibilities, or a job, or they work night shift, which I imagine a lot of people who are currently listening work night shift, because if you're in NA, it's very late for you right now. So if you work night shift, it can be near impossible to even find a raid that raids at your time. And it's a massive accessibility issue more than it is an actual quality issue. There's a ton of people who would love to raid, but don't have access to it. And unless they actually approach the access of Mythic raiding, they won't fix the problem. Do you get CE, like proper CE Gamor? And that's possible. if you want to find, I think the minimum you could do is like 6 hours. So it's like twice a week raiding, 3 hours. There's like some 1-day guilds, but then the other problem is you have to find them, and it's like, where do you find a guild? Let me just get some flasks here. So the other problem is, how do you find one? And you're like, well, it's not that bad. You just apply, and it's like, do you have logs? If I wanted to apply for a guild right now, I could get into them. My logs are 99.9, and it would still be hard for me to find a guild. It's like a whole job interview that I don't want to go through. And so I think I actually have like a 99.9 average on almost all my tanks. Doesn't matter. I could find a guild, and I have some notoriety, and I could be like, look, you could find my stream, whatever, right? Whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't like it. It's not even fun for me. So it's a weird conversation to have about raiding. Okay, I will have to lock in slightly for this. There's ice cream in front of me, and I know it's in front of me, and it's kind of melted right now, so I know I could do it, right? Now, I'm not going to raid. It's not going to make me raid. But I think that what's misunderstood is that a lot of the player base is just a little bit older than they used to be. Like, straight up. Like, I really think that a lot of the player base is older. Oh, Onos. I got distracted. This key, I'm going to do my best. All right, Onos. I was going to ask you if you thought, it's your favorite flavor, like vanilla. I can't have fiber in it, so I'm really limited with ice cream. If you still had your habits, it has been a month and a half. At this point, since I last asked you, probably several months, I was going to ask you if you still had your habits of going for your hikes and your walks and your activity, and if you still did all those things. Or if it's slowed down at all, or if it's increased. Because I know this was a big... You really, really enjoyed this before, and I was just curious to know if it was still something you decided to do. Okay, so I can feed him the first one if he needs it. This is a really bad time to mention this, and I kind of don't want to tell them this. Okay, that circle, to be fair, I wasn't the one who died. I probably should have just bubbled the first one and then defensive the second one, knowing that I was going to have to tank a few circles. Double red key? What do you mean double red key? It's not actually a double red key. It only looks like that because we had an immediate melee DPS death. So when a melee... I understand the confusions, Aurelian, because if a melee DPS ever dies in one of my keys... It's easy to think that they're ret. Like, that's what it looks like, right? Like, if you see a dead DPS and you're like, that's a melee, like, clearly the interpretation is that it's a ret pally. But it's not always a ret pally, you know? It's classist. Hi, Legenda. Uh-oh. To be fair, that's not actually the tank's fault. Yeah, that's not the tank's fault, to be fair. All good, all good. All good. Not your fault. Not your fault, yeah. The tank always feels bad there when they die, but they actually were paying attention, and they kited. Since I continue Master Flask, I feel like I could do more crit. Notice you were using Crit Flask. For Ret Pally, yeah. Ret Pally, I think, wants more crit, and especially because my gear right now, I don't have a lot of crit. But testing P-Tar Bear with new Apex, I'm still doing more damage a lot. So, Legenda. This is going to be interesting. Everyone thinks that they know the answer to this question. And I have seen some weird takes. But I also tested some Guardian Druid stuff. And there is a build. There's a particular build right now for Guardian, which is extremely funny. In my opinion, it is going to be... I'm going to laugh if the build that I had come up with from my testing is like the meta choice. I read the changes, and I immediately was like, okay, I know what this is. Then I thought about the changes, and I was like, let me test it. Then I tested it, and I was like, oh boy. Geratos, if you're on Patreon or I made an entire video about it, but you'll see it yesterday. So you're going to see it tomorrow. People will test it anyways. People will find it. It's not bad. No, it's not bad. It's just funny. Because they were trying so hard to make a playstyle that isn't actually going to be effective, because one of the weirdest things about Guardian right now, people think that Raze is way better than it actually is. Raze kind of sucks. Like, it's tuned very low. In order, here, do you know how many talents you have to take to actually make Raze work? It's a massive investment. It was the same thing I said when the original no Apex build happened, and people were like, no, you're trolling. It's like, the reason it works is because of how many like talent point investments you are and the lunar beam uptime. You won't have lunar beam uptime anymore. But the way that this works now is that you just, it's basically going to be a similar playstyle with some minor differences. But if you enjoy Guardian right now, at current tuning, that similar playstyle will exist. But it's a weird build. It's a... we'll see. Also, the Apex, I'm pretty sure, when I tested it, you can check this for me too, Legenda, if you test it more. I'm pretty sure the Apex isn't actually buffing Maul or Thrash by 30%. At least not on Tooltip right now. What's the song playing right now? I don't have headphones in. I play with 0 game volume. Oh, young folks, got it. Okay, the good news is I get to eat my ice cream. The bad news is that we lost the key. I could have sacked the tank, by the way. I did see it happening in slow motion. There were things I could have done. I was distracted by ice cream. It's not bad. It's just when I actually log over to Guardian. Also, Elm Tree on YouTube. For what it is worth, I may not be the right person to ask. I am a casual enjoyer of Ret Paladin, not a theory crafter of the spec, and certainly not an expert at it. I don't think I'm the right person to ask about exactly what secondaries you should probably go for with Ret Pally, just to clarify. That character is not fully optimized. It is an alt of an alt. I would not consider myself to be an expert whatsoever. I think I do okay on Ret Pally, but I'm not... There are many things I could learn and improve about my own gameplay. The major thing is that I'm kind of sensitive, so... It's difficult for me to smash my face too hard against the keyboard because I get acne. Like, I'm kind of prone to acne, and I don't wash my keyboard. Like, my keyboard's very dirty. So one of the issues with Ret Pally is the more I play it, the worse my acne gets, just because of how much connection there is to my keyboard and my face. That's sort of one of the real barriers for me to play it more. All right. In order to make this talent work, you not only need 4 points in the Apex. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is in the video I made on Patreon and for YouTube members. By the way, when I made my YouTube membership, I messed up. I didn't realize that when you set the base price of your YouTube membership, you can never change it. It's like $2. So if you want to access any of the videos, it is literally a few dollars there. There's more stuff on Patreon. Patreon is $5. But if you do want to do that, it's like a few dollars on YouTube. Not expensive. But in order to make Raze work for Guardian, you need to drop these two. Then you need to drop these two. That's 4 Apex talent. Here's the problem. You also need Killing Blow. Where do you get Killing Blow from? What talent do I now drop? So this is no Apex, right? I can drop this. I could take Raze. This is no Apex now, so I could drop this, for example. Where do I put this point? Well, I want Moonless Night, because now Raze and everything is going to get affected by Moonless Night. Where do I take the other point from? I take this, I put it into here. Okay, so now I've lost Brambles, Elun's Favored. I've also lost the Reinforced Fur, potentially. What if I want to actually path down here? Because I'm going to want to now press Mangled, because I want to fill with Mangled, and I want the Rage gen from it. This is going to be kind of impactful. So now I need to go here, which means, do I drop the point in Reinvig? In which case, I have no more points down here. So if I drop Moonless Night, I could pick something up. There's a weird thing with this, that I have to take so many talents to technically make this worth pressing. And even then, it's only worth pressing because of how the current Apex works. I don't know. It's weird. I also need this talent over here if I play it. So, I'm not sold that it is definitely the right thing to do. And also, it is a global that you have to press. And competing globals will be a thing with how the new Guardian Druid tier set and stuff works. We'll see. Ice cream. It will be fine, Spanky. Guardian will be just fine. The people who enjoy the current playstyle will be able to enjoy a similar playstyle, I think, as of current tuning. If they wreck that, I'm going to have words with Blizzard. If Blizzard destroys what could be for Guardian coming up, I'm going to have words. That I will be upset about. Because currently, there's like a healthy way, I think, to play Guardian. It's not as degenerate. It's fair. It feels like Guardian. And it's not as degenerate as this season. But it's powerful. And if they mess with that, I'm going to be so upset. That would be such a bad idea. Tanks should not be hard. Not really. There's a few people. The one thing, like I said in yesterday's video, and specifically if you don't know that, I was kind of referencing the Guardian Druid disc a lot because there's still so many people in there who they're just, there's like an extreme amount of, if you don't want to play with as many buttons, you're trolling. And it's like, are you though? Like, are you? Because I feel like the vast majority of people don't enjoy calculus complicated tank rotations. I genuinely believe that more tanks would have a good time if tanking was as simple as it currently is right now. Because tanking is not easy right now. And you know that because a lot of tanks die often. Like, tank deaths are extremely common this season. Even with perhaps one of the most straightforward, simplest tanks that has ever existed. Because tank's not boring. Because there's still so much to manage. I mean, if you compare the tank with any other role, maybe a healer and tank in particular, the fun is not in nailing this complicated rotation. That's not what's actually fun about it. But I'll rant about it more. I'm kind of tired today. I couldn't eat that much yesterday. All right, well, actually, playing Red Pally was kind of fun today. I think I could have done better, but I don't think I did that bad. I think I did pretty good, to be honest with you. We got the 21 Windrunner Spire. That was pretty nice. And then we did... Yeah, I thought we did pretty good, to be honest. We did good. I am, in general, happy. It was fun to play Red Pally today. It was fun. What's this? Stokes invited me to a group. Uh-oh. What's this? What am I getting invited to? Plus 20 seat of the Triumvirate. Or I don't end stream and tank this on Prop Pally. Wait a second. Never mind. I disagree. I disagree with this strongly. Never mind. That is a extremely undergeared disciplined priest. I will not be tanking a plus 20 seed of the Triumvirate on my Prop Pally. Thank you very much. So now we play with Apex on Guardian. We'll see. You're probably going to, yeah? I just run in 2 buttons. Yeah, the one from DK. It happens a lot. It was a close call. I thought in my head, I was like, this is the way. And then I was like, this is not the way. This is absolutely not the way. Yeah, I'm glad it was very close. Extremely close. Don't forget to adjust talons back after talking about them. I don't think I actually hit select, I'm pretty sure. Eventually, I gotta do a Kiwa Stokes. Not this one. The main problem with this key is the fact that it's Seat of the Triumvirate. And Seat of the Triumvirate is the most anti-fun experience. An unbelievably anti-fun experience. I don't understand why they had to bring this dungeon back. And we could fix it so easily, too. I actually never got the chance to post that part of yesterday's stream, which is almost sad because it was super fun. It was actually really fun. We did this thing where we fixed the Season 1 dungeons. Grill Seat is the easiest dungeon. Ain't no shot. What are you talking? Wait, well, hold on. What? Are you a DPS player? Grill. Is this a DPS take? You're a tank? No. No shot. It's the easiest dungeon to tank? No. I don't know if you'll have any amount of support for this. Yes? What? Wow, I don't know about that. What level, if I could ask, have you tanked it at? What if I could potentially plus 20? That's good. I think Seed is like the hardest key to tank. On a Prot Warrior, okay, now you're trolling. Hold up, wait a second. No, hold up. You tanked it on a Prot Warrior. Okay, to be fair, Prot Warrior, that's like you like it because of Spell Reflect. That's not fair. No, you like it because of Spell Reflect. You're a Prot Warrior? That's why you like it. No, okay, now you can't Spell Reflect a single spell in that dungeon. Now you don't like it. And also, you could charge back so easily from every one of the adepts. I have a hard time doing it on Bear. Yeah, okay. This makes it. We've identified the cause. You remember, guys, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. Ask for context. If you're a Guardian Druid player, Seed is anti-fun. Seed is probably, I think, one of the universally most despised tanking dungeons this season. But now I understand. This actually does make sense now. To be fair. It all checks out. Because you can Spell Reflect. Anytime you can get massive Spell Reflect value, it's fun. Okay, man. So, it's basically the dungeon where for Guardian Druid right now, you're so tanky, but there are a few moments where you're not. And one of them is Skyreach, and one of them is Seat. Seat, you can die at literally any point. And again, I don't find that friction to be enjoyable. I'm not a personal I don't think it's fun to be fighting for my life all the time. Seat is that key where I feel like that. Where I am actively, constantly in danger. Not just because of the champions, although I think that would be an easy way to fix it. But also just in general because the way that those mechanics are designed, because of the pulls you have to do as key levels get higher and higher and higher, it's just a tough ask, I think. But in particular, yes, I think that if I was going to try to fix Seat of the Triumvirate, a huge part of it would actually be just remove the bleeds entirely. Like, remove the champions. They don't bleed the tank. It's not a mechanic that you even need in there. But a big reason why I don't like it is because as a tank player, you fight so hard and you're like on top of your game. You're playing extremely well. Then all of a sudden you get to third boss and a DPS gets hit by an orb and you die. Key's over. And that's anti-fun. Because you're stressing, you're working so hard to get to the end. Key's over. And you're just sitting there and you're like, okay, now we do it again. So I think that any dungeon where, like Grim Batol, if you ever tanked Grim Batol back when that was meta, you would go, we made it. We did it. Like, we got to the last boss. It's so good. I can't believe it. I'm out of Grim Batol prison. and then all of a sudden a DPS just gets hit by a tentacle on one of the moves, and you're just like, and they go again, and you just go, and you say, okay. So you do it again. And then the next time, a DPS also dies. And they go again, and you go, okay. And you do it a third time. A DPS dies at a completely unrelated part of the dungeon. And you go, you do it a fourth time. You miss a global on one of the pulls before the second boss. And they go, bad tank. Why are you even here? And you're about to lose your shit. That is the experience of Seat of the Triumvirate for, I think, a vast majority of people. And I just think that that's actually not fun. Like, you know, like, that's actually what it is. Like, that's so much of this season is like that. Where even on, like, Skyreach as an example, it's just like, you're like, it's the Resil 20 Skyreach or whatever it is, and you're like, okay, I need this. So you go in there, and you do so well, and then one of the seventh attempt on that dungeon after you have played near pitch perfect every single time, you are a second late in not kiting out the adepts, and then somebody opens party chat and just goes, tank, why'd you die? And you're like, sorry, in the 28 minutes of this dungeon that we have now done 7 times over, I made 2 mistakes. This was the second one, and I happened to die. My bad. Like, you know, it's like, goddamn, like, it's so frustrating sometimes. So I actually, the real reason that people, I actually think if Skyreach was flipped, people would lose their shit at that dungeon. People would hate it. Imagine the very first pull that you have to do is actually the last pull of the dungeon. People would have such a hard time because you would wipe to it a lot. Not the bosses. Everything is the same except the first pull is actually the last pull. And it's just like the variance on the reason that first pull is not that bad because it's the first pull. And you just reset, honestly. And it's like kind of the success rate of the double bird first pull of Skyreach is pretty low, or like first pull of Seat of the Triumvirate. Yeah, imagine the same thing, but like imagine the same thing for Seat of the Triumvirate. Where, like, you have to do a triple subjugator pull before the last boss. People would fucking hate that shit. Because you're going to die. Because it's like, it's a really tough thing to do. And then the chances that you don't make it are extremely high. And you fought so hard to get to that. Like, they actually think it's better to front load difficulty. You know, I actually think that that's, like, a really important part of dungeon design that they have to be careful of. You survive more. It depends. Like, it's a little bit of RNG too. Yeah. I think a lot of it is the variance is how much your team helps you. Like, truthfully, a large part of Seat of the Skyreach is just whether or not your team actually stuns. If your team stuns, then you just take significantly less of the bleeds. And that's important, right? Finding a group that does not body pull and kicks, true. I don't find tanking hard at all. Have you played other roles in World of Warcraft? Tanking is a weird one. It's not hard because of its rotational complexity. It's maybe hard because of its pressure. And I do hope they find a way to relieve that a little bit. I don't know if they could. That's not true. They absolutely could. Like, it's not even that hard. You want to relieve tanking pressure? You want to have tanks? You want to have more tanks? It's, like, not that difficult. Algathar Academy. Watch this. This is super easy. Are you ready? When you bring Algathar Academy back, a beloved dungeon, by the way. People loved Algathar and Dragonflight. Good dungeon. Had some issues. Good dungeon. Don't add bleeds to the first pull. Who does that help? Who does that help? Who does it? Well, you just don't make the tank die all the time, Sologra. That you challenge the tank to prevent them from doing degenerate things. Who does it help? Like, that's the question. I understand why you have to make it so that tanks are not fully immortal. I get that. But on the first pull, as key levels get higher, any reasonable key level, if a DPS steals threat from one of the big lashers, they're dead. The bleed is a tank-only mechanic. You can't pull anything other than that first pull. And if you found a way, because all of a sudden your tank doesn't get the bleed, to add the bridge to the first pull of Algathar Academy, great. You should be rewarded. That would be omega fun and technical. If at the degenerate levels of title you found a way to do this, great. Excellent. But like what? But you see the thing, like it's actually just not that, like, don't add the bleed. When they brought back Mists of Tyrna Scythe, you don't add the Anima Slash to the Guardians in the maze. You actually just don't add deadly, lethal tank mechanics, especially ones that are designed like this, where you can't really kite them. There's a very, very, very specific way to do it, so that the highest level of keys, people make a plan and it's not that bad. But at the mid-level of keys, everybody's dead, because the average tank is actually not that good. And that's okay. Again, we made that video yesterday. It's fine. Like, you're not expected to be perfect, but most average tanks, goddamn, the first pull of Algathar is a absolute nightmare on a plus 15, because the tank has no idea what they're doing. And that's again, it's not expected that they should know. But you designed a mechanic that will kill them, like 100% of the time. No fun. Not cool. I don't like it. They could have just removed it. Like, actually, Algathar, you remove that, and then the other thing is, the battle axes in Algathar, they no longer do magic damage to the tank. What would be the result of that? They don't learn how to kite Grail. Oh, man, but they don't. That's the thing. They just die. They just die, and they go into the next key, and they die again. They actually just die. Like, they do not learn. You don't teach tanks how to kite by making the first pull of Algathar Academy. That fundamentally does not help. It actively, in fact, makes it worse. Genuinely, it everybody, because it's. I knocked something. Are we still here? Did I just disconnect my entire PC? Or is it just my monitor that got knocked? No, it's just my monitor, thank God. All right, here we go. We're still here. Fantastic. I was on a rant. Man, you just don't make tanks die. All right, just my monitor. It's okay. Thanks. Listen. You make a first pull like Algathar Academy. Soap, you're a mostly DPS player. Do you have fun with it? Hey, Wussy, Victorian Cuddler, Zeralian, Griel, you ever played DPS before? How many people currently watching stream play DPS? Genuine question. Have you ever, even an off-spec, like you're not a main spec DPS, but let's say you play DPS. Not much? Yeah, you play Rep Pally. Great, you play Rep Pally. First pull, used to. All right, so you played DPS before, do a poll. Well, I'll go over this more like another time as well, because it's just really important to understand what actually people like about Mythic Plus. You go in. Okay, a lot of Ret Pallies here. Excellent. I was playing Ret earlier. First pull of Algathar Academy. Are you excited? Yes, of course you are, because there's a lot of targets. You're playing Feral? Okay, great. Are you excited? Absolutely you are. Uncapped AoE, Lust, Combat Potion, Puzzle Box. You're gaming. You are about to own. Then your tank dies. You are not about to own. It's not fun. Like, the thing is, like, who enjoys that? The healer, exactly. The healer is also like, I don't like this pressure because I can't save you. What am I going to do? I'm going to use my healing cooldowns to do as much HPS as possible. But if you don't reset the bleed and you don't have a plan, you're dead. Like, I actually cannot save you. And every healer knows this. You plan your cooldowns for this. But then the rate, fair enough, Emad, but you know what? They're a large portion of the player base, so you still have to make them happy. And I don't think that the game is better when they're that. I don't think the game is better when they're hard. Like, if DPS are super hard to play and have a bunch of jobs, that's going to be interesting. They said that next season. I'm going to make a video about it tonight. Because there was patch notes that basically actually said, hey, we understand tanks and healers do too much. DPS are supposed to do more next season. Did you see that? Mm-hmm. That's a fun one. I wonder if they'll do it right. Very curious to see if that is proper. That's what they said. I read it and I was like, yes. And then I thought about it and I was like, oh my God. My hunter is now going to have responsibility. I am terrified. I mean, you're not wrong, Imad. I get you for what it's worth. There are a lot of tanks who absolutely make like clinical errors and then they just go question mark. Like healer, like, yeah, it's on. I get it. But we have to find a way to progress this game while fundamentally thinking about those things because it's very bad. The toxicity in WoW and a bunch of the other things. I don't know. We'll have to talk about it more another day. I am tired. I'm going to go. I want to make that video tonight. And then tomorrow, hey, we're testing new dungeon. Tomorrow is official PTR testing. The new dungeon's out. It's going to be the actual new midnight dungeon that they announced randomly. The altar, the Viper Pit Temple from Diablo 2. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's going to be an exciting little thing. Yeah, it'll be late for you guys tonight. It'll be my time, Thailand timing. It'll be like my afternoon. So I'll get on. Everybody will already be on the PTR, but we'll be gaming. I am excited to try. On the PTR, I can play any tank. So I can play, for example, Prot Warrior, Blood DK. I can play VDH. I can play anything because you can just gear on the PTR, which is one of my favorite reasons to play PTR. I can also play all the healers. So I will be planning to play everything. This PTR cycle, depending on how much time. Yeah, I love you all. Got about. Oh, no problem. I'm about to end stream as well. Just seeing who's on. I normally, these days, I've been going to the first person on my suggested list. That is what I've been doing. I just basically go like first suggested. I can come as a healer, possibly. We'll see. I don't know if I'll have a group. It's possible. There's a lot of PTR gamers who will be excited. So he plays a cat weaving healer specs. I'm used to assuming I made a mistake instead of him. Nah, if he's in cat form and somebody dies Victorian, it's his fault. No, cat form is literally not worth it. It's actually 100% his fault. Who is this? Sending appreciation for the Stargazer. You're very popular. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, everybody, for supporting stream, as always. It is good to be back. It is good to be back. Plays a restaurant waiter and hide behind barrels. Gonna be at. Yes! Yeah! Yup! Murder Row. Absolutely. Murder Row is in the dungeon pool. Yes, it is. Unbelievable. Yeah. I have zero clue how that's supposed to go. Yep. Good night, Onos. Onos, wait a second. Did I ask you the question and then did you respond to it and then I didn't actually see that you responded to it, or did I just forget to ask you the question in general? I honestly don't remember. It's one or the other. It's probably the first one. Then my bad. All right, looking at my list here. I didn't ask. I was going to ask you about your habits. I was going to ask you about it. You asked the question. I'll ask you tomorrow. Deal? You know who's on right now? That apparently I wasn't somehow following and didn't know that they streamed somehow? Wait. I actually didn't know that Lovelot streamed. How did I not know that? Lovelot streams? All right, let's go right here. /raid Lovelot. All right, Holy Priest player. Oof, talk about off meta. That's a tough life. That's a tough life. Imagine liking Holy Priest. That's rough. That is not good. That's tough. All right. Good night. See you tomorrow. Bye. All right, good night, guys.